hybrid of spiritual plants cultivating immortality. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101 Spiritual Plant Cultivation 03 Update. Chapter 101 Spiritual Plant Cultivation 0.3 Version Update. Zio Man, let me rub it. Chen Jing washed his hands, wiped them clean, called Zio Man, who looked confused, and ravaged him. A spirit born and raised by nature, that is a true child of destiny. Take advantage of a wave of dog luck. Light up the incense and hang up the good luck charm. It's a pity that Chen Jing can't bring good luck. It's a bit lacking. Chen Jing's sense of ritual is full, and his treasure is solemn. He opened the hybrid book and selected the Tau Seed Spore. Tau Seed Spore, 1 star. Progress 100%. Introduction, omitted. Label 1, Parasitic Combination, Gold. Label 2, Soul Containment, White. Grant entry level cultivation qualifications. The golden entry of Parasitic Combination will not be moved for the time being. He tried to move it before, and it fell down as soon as he moved. It's also good to just be a blank slate without sub-entries. First, wash out the good things from the soul containment entry of label 2. The mind moved. The soul enriching label blurred for a moment, and the following, white, green, quality improved. Look at the description again. Label 2, soul enriching, green, grants ordinary cultivation qualifications. From entry level to ordinary, although it cannot be called a leap, it can also save a lot of cultivation resources. Chen Jing remembered that his father said that the Yang family in the outer city had difficulties in family inheritance because several generations of people were poor at cultivation. Every time the qualifications were worse, more hard work and resources would be wasted. From the data alone, ordinary qualifications for cultivation have been improved by about 50%. Then he looked at the sub-items. For every increase in the quality of the main label, an additional sub-item can be carried, and green can carry too. Involve Holy Body, green. When practicing late at night, the efficiency is increased by 40%. Hiss. Chen Jing took a breath of cold air. His eyes seemed to travel through time and space, recalling a period of time in the past, when he was always awakened by the sound of his roommate flipping books on the eve of falling asleep. Damn it, these involuntarists deserve to die. Then came the second sub-entry. Procrastinator, green. You can only effectively improve your cultivation in the half hour before the end of each day. Huh? What the hell? Chen Jing looked at the two green sub-entries, his head full of question marks. Involution and procrastination. So can this world be more friendly to roommates who go to bed on time? He immediately washed out the two entries. The main entry remained green and replaced it with two new white sub-entries. Occasionally gain, white. When you practice, you will occasionally suddenly improve your cultivation. Occasionally lose, white. For some reason, when you practice, your cultivation will occasionally regress inexplicably. What a gambler. Chen Jing thought about it and saved an extra copy of this template. It's quite rare, so I'll collect it first. He refreshed it again. Sophisticated people, white. The more obsessive compulsive you are, and the more you pay attention to rituals, the higher your cultivation efficiency will be, up to 25%. Brush. Abnormal development, blue. The more abnormal your behavior, the higher your cultivation efficiency, up to 300%. What? Get out of here. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Don't bully the poor young man. Purple. When you are 14 years old and your engagement is broken off, you can activate this effect permanently, and your cultivation efficiency is stable at 1000%. Can the purple entry be normal? Who the hell was accurately broken off? The key is that the main label is still white. It's really a useless start. Breaking off the engagement changed his fate. Chen Jing was reluctant to give up this purple entry, so he saved it and continued to refresh. The taste of a witch. Hey, purple. The cultivation talent is improved after the sex change. Ding. Green. Accurately blocking the bullet knife in a battle of equal strength will greatly improve the cultivation efficiency within one day, which can be stacked 3 times. Broken heart, breakthrough. Blue, the success rate of breaking through the bottleneck in the broken heart state is increased by 20. After refreshing for 70 times, the main label has been dancing in white and green, but the secondary attribute has appeared purple several times. Chen Jing saved all, except the purple attribute of the witch. Is there no normal person who can use it? He continued to click unwillingly. Finally, after the 100th refresh, the main attribute turned blue. Blue grants excellent cultivation qualifications. Excellent. It should be the qualification to enter the Qingnang sect. With a little resource training, you can see obvious progress. Chen Jing knew that his original qualifications were almost at the excellent level. Opening the 9 orifices before the age of 20 is the entry standard for ordinary disciples of the Qingnang sect. If he had not met Hua Qingsha and used the secret method to collect the innate grass and wood energy, open the 9 orifices, and see the 9 gods, then he would at most start as an ordinary disciple. This qualification is already very good. After refreshing this main label, even if the secondary attributes are all garbage, it can be used. Of course, I still have to look at the 3 secondary attributes. Treat others with sincerity, green. Treat others with sincerity, and it will be difficult for inner demons to arise during cultivation, and the cultivation speed will increase. If the opposite is true, inner demons will arise, and the progress of cultivation will be delayed. There are side effects. Chen Jing hesitated for a moment, and continued to read. Artistic inspiration, white. Engaging in art research will bring additional benefits to cultivation. Point brushing steps, white. For every 10,000 steps you take, you will increase the efficiency of cultivation on that day, which can be stacked twice. The remaining 2 are quite satisfactory, but not bad. Chen Jing saved them immediately. If he couldn't brush out a better one, he would use this one. The main item alone is very powerful, enough to attract the wealthy to pay for it. At that time, it will be sold in 3 types according to the grade of the soul-bearing label. However, the wealthy will most likely not equip ordinary people with the best blue Tao seeds. After all, this grade of Tao seeds is also very cost effective for them to use themselves. Blue Dao seeds are issued in limited quantities, and green Dao seeds are issued in small quantities. Before better Dao seeds are produced, the quality must be controlled. Although Chen Jing did not understand management, he had seen pigs run. Even if he had not eaten pork, things that can be easily obtained will not be cherished. He wanted to upgrade the first batch of spiritual plant cultivators in his hands to green Dao seeds first. They bore 90% of the tax, so naturally they should be given additional compensation as promised. The subsequent management is also the same. The cultivation qualifications are divided into different grades with exquisite knife skills for awards and punishments. Keep on, at least in the green Dao seed grade, produce 20 solutions. Chen Jing cheered up and continued to operate the hybrid book. Blue sky and white clouds. Blue sky and white clouds. The mutation points accumulated for a long time were consumed quickly like running water. Just as Chen was silently preparing a small version update for the spiritual plant cultivators, Hua Qingsha, who had been healing for several months, finally came out of retreat before the ceremony. Hua Qingsha is back again. On the top of the mountain, where the Den Hall is located, the vision of the sun shining on all things appeared in the sky. Auspicious clouds descended from the sky, and golden lotuses emerged from the ground. All things in the vision seemed to jump out of a mirage and turned into real things. A second sun appeared in the sky, shining on all things. At this moment, the vision picture evolved by Hua Qingsha's Dao base was no longer an illusory projection, but an existence that could be manifested in the world for a short time. The late stage of Zuanayan, Dao Shenghua. Chapter 102. Fight the rich and get gold coins. Chen Jing, I'm out of retreat. How's your stay at Jushan Peak? The lively Hua Qingsha appeared in front of Chen Jing with overflowing vitality. Chen Jing was about to go out, hearing the doors of the Wantang room opening layer by layer until the inner courtyard. He knew it was Hua Qingsha. The Wantang room's direct access to the mansion can only be opened here, and he has only given it to one person. When he arrived at the inner courtyard, it was as expected. Hua Qingsha was wearing a crimson brocade long skirt at this time. The hem of the skirt swayed gently with her steps, and the cloud pattern embroidered with gold thread shone brightly in the sun. A tasseled belt was tied around her waist, outlining her slender figure. Chen Jing looked her up and down. I'm having a very comfortable stay here, and senior sister seems to be doing well too. It's a blessing in disguise. I've made a little progress. Hua Qingsha straightened her chest, very proud. Are you ready to go out like this? She asked immediately. Yes, senior sister, you came at the right time. I wonder how much you know about the wealthy families in the lower 5 prefectures? How can I contact them? Just find their direct disciples who have joined the sect. After joining the sect, the disciples of the wealthy families will stick together. For example, the 4 wealthy families in Anning Prefecture have some disciples in each peak over the years. Whoever you want to find, I will take you there. Chen Jing was naturally happy about this. He was worthy of being the righteous teacher Yun Qiangsha, and should be rewarded with a little red flower. Disciples from wealthy families who join the sect rarely keep in touch with the clan. After all, they joined the sect too early, at the age of 20, and stay in the sect for half their lives. If they are not direct descendants, it is difficult to get support from the clan, and gradually their connection fades. However, in the sect, they will still gather around the direct descendants of the clan. It is always better to be together than to be alone. Are you also from a wealthy family, senior sister? I'm also from a Ning mansion, but I was brought to the sect by my master when I was a child. I heard from my master that I was a naughty village urchin. What about your original relatives? My parents sold me. It is not cost effective to raise a girl. After my master took me away, he found a place for me in Shuhatang. The sect provided food and drink, and there were many people to play with me. Fortunately, when I grew up, my aptitude for cultivation was not bad, so my master took me in as a true disciple. Chen Jing looked at Hua Qingsha. She was not unusual. It was obvious that she had lived a good life after joining the sect. Then, he had an inexplicable sense of deja vu. I vaguely remember that my father mentioned that when I was still young, a big shot of the Qingnang sect once took a village naughty boy as his apprentice in Anning Prefecture. The child was about the same age as me. How old is senior sister this year? 23. Only 3 years older than me. Hey, I feel very mature, but I'm still so young. Mature. I agree with some of it. Chen Jing's eyes were upright. He didn't look around. Under the leadership of Hua Qingsha, he found the direct descendants of the wealthy families in the neighboring prefectures. In the prefecture city, they are noble sons who are high above, and in the sect, actually, they are not bad. At least they can get the identity of private capital. When the direct descendants of the wealthy families enter the sect, there will naturally be collateral and vassal families to develop around them. There is strength in numbers. After quickly completing the initial capital accumulation, they can start to make money from practicing all kinds of arts. It is very rare for a real civilian disciple like Liu Guanhei to compete with the direct disciples of the wealthy families in the end. I thought everyone in the sect was a fisherman. Fishing is also one of the 100 arts of cultivation. Junior brother, don't be fooled by appearances. Nowadays, the ways of cultivators are strange. Maybe their great aspirations are related to fishing. True fishing out of the realm. Chen Jing has a new understanding of cultivation. Some people live a life like ancient cultivators, and from practicing the 100 arts, they understand and practice their own way, and obtain feedback from the great way. Some people gather resources through business and industry, and forcibly break through the path of cultivation with a large amount of resources. From a personal perspective, there is no difference between the two, only the most suitable for oneself. But from the perspective of the development of the sect, the second way is definitely better, because the second way is replicable and sustainable. Then Chen Jing discussed with the direct descendants of these wealthy families. Once the identity of the true disciple was revealed, these noble brothers and sisters were all easy to talk to. They all said that this matter would be conveyed to the clan as soon as possible, and they would give accurate answers. There is no teleportation array in Suzhou. The most common means of transportation is the cultivators themselves. Of course, if you are willing to pay a little spirit stone, you can use the sound of the GUI to transmit sound over thousands of miles. So Chen Jing was also prepared for a long time to talk. Anyway, Anning Mansion can be won. After all, Aing Huayin, the future junior sister, is now the village tyrant of the novice village of Anning Mansion. And just as he expected, The disciples of other wealthy families all said they would wait for a reply. Only the direct disciples of the 4 wealthy families in Anning Mansion said that there was no problem at all and hoped to implement it as soon as possible. But strictly speaking, they are no longer direct descendants, because the real direct descendants have been pushed aside, and the collateral branches took advantage of this period of time to cheer for Aang Huayin and gradually took control of the family power. Of course, these are all minor issues. After entering the sect, everything is based on the interests of the sect. Which faction outside is the head of the family is actually not very meaningful to the disciples, who have already entered the sect and established a foothold, because the interests of each other are not much involved. The reason why the wealthy families of Anning Mansion support this deal so much must be another direct reason. The position of a direct disciple in the King Nang sect is equivalent to that of a prince. Now that the capital has moved to Anning Prefecture, 2 princes were born in Anning Prefecture. For the wealthy families in the other 4 prefectures, buying Dao seeds is just a business issue, but for the wealthy families in Anning Prefecture, it is a political issue. As wealthy families in Anning Prefecture, they dare not support the prince's entrepreneurship, whether inside or outside the sect. No one can sleep well. Among them, only the Aang family is slightly special, because one of the direct disciples is a member of the Aang family, but this is not a reason for them to dare not respect another direct disciple. Chen Jing had expected this, and was happy to do so. If you don't use your status, you're a fool. He has also wanted to fight the local tyrants for a long time. Me, Duan, Aang, Lei, the 4 direct descendants, each of them immediately raised 200,000 to contribute to buy Dao seeds. The price of the first batch was not high, set by Chen Jing. After all, it is also a small profit but quick turnover, and it does not rely on this to make money. Of course, good entries are not counted. Ordinary white Dao seeds, 100 points of contribution per. Green Dao seeds, 20,500 points of contribution per. It mainly depends on the terms. If the terms are good, they will be sold at a higher price. However, the 4 representatives only bought a few green Dao seeds symbolically. Obviously, they only wanted the lowest price. They didn't even want to buy the lowest price. They just wanted to make up the number with white Dao seeds. They were just cattle and horses. There was no need for ordinary qualifications. It was just because of Chen Jing's face that they bought a little. Finally, there were blue Dao seeds. There were 10 limited sales, 5,000 contributions each. The blue Dao seeds made them extremely concerned, saying that 10 were not enough. But Chen Jing couldn't give out the real good things so easily, so he refused directly. He didn't refuse too hard. Chen Jing said that if there was no problem with the first batch of Dao seeds, he would give more quotas for blue Dao seeds. The problem here refers to the fact that he proposed the minimum treatment for spiritual plant cultivators and drew a red line. In any case, the people who implanted Dao seeds should not be left without food. Specifically, if a full set of tools is provided, the tax cannot be higher than 90%, the tax collection cannot exceed 10 years, and the agreement must be signed again after 10 years. It took quite a lot of effort, but because of the unequal status, Chen Jing still managed to put a lot of shackles on the other party. Although the class characteristics of the wealthy families are annexation and oppression, as long as the superiors are oppressive and under the feet of the emperor, there is no need to worry about vicious problems in the short term. Making money so fast. Hua Qingsha, who witnessed it from beginning to end, was very confused. In just a short while, the contribution points equivalent to her monthly industrial income were earned, and it seemed effortless. Your start and my start seem to be different. Why didn't I think it through back then, and took such a path? I didn't dare to tell anyone, but I couldn't make money. Hua Qingsha fell into self-doubt. She didn't know that Chen Jing had an order of 1 million spirit stones at the Zhengxiu Pavilion, and in her own Shuhatang, there was also a large order of 2 million contributions per year. Sister, you are different from others. Don't waste your talent on making money. I feel like you are scolding me. Impossible. I respect you the most in the world. Then give me money. No, it's all capital, but I promise to make money with you. You don't have to worry about anything. Just lie down and wait for the contribution points to arrive. Really? Then I believe it. Seeing Chen Jing nod, Hua Qingsha suddenly became happy, her eyebrows curved. Although she hasn't started to make money lying down, she has already fallen into the joy of it, thinking about whether she should change to the latest magic weapon, or buy a new flying boat. Follow up. The remaining 4 prefectures and various nobles also responded one after another, willing to buy Tau seeds. Of course, there is not as much support as the local villagers in Anning Prefecture. Each family purchased about 100,000 contribution Tau seeds, no more, no less, just a token of their gratitude. Chen Jing was already satisfied with this. After all, his original intention was to expand the number of spiritual plant cultivators and obtain some social samples, etc., and it didn't matter how much contribution he earned. In the latest February, after the dividends and living expenses of 430,000 contribution points arrived, Chen Jing's total deposit reached 4.99 million contribution points and 1 million spiritual stones. If he calculated that he could add a hybrid cultivator with 250 contribution points, he could now develop 19,600 spiritual plant cultivators. Although it's not time to plant rice yet, it's not bad to warm up the spiritual fields early. Besides, since we can't plant PO and rice in these 2 months, we can take the opportunity to plant some spiritual vegetables. In this case, let's officially start the first round. After thinking it over again and again, Chen Jing made some adjustments and decided on the plan for 3 days later. Because the ticket was postponed for 2 months in advance, the cost of adding a spiritual plant cultivator also increased by 2 months, and because he had a little more money on hand, he increased some budget. So the cost of adding a cultivator reached 400 contribution points. He kept another 500,000 contribution points on hand to deal with emergencies. So the final number of places is 8,700 people. Chapter 103, Scaring the Children on the Street. Brother Shan, 10 days and 10 days, Aang Huayan doesn't want to cooperate with the implementation of the market. I don't know how long it will take. If it goes on like this, I can't stand it. In the inner city of Anning Prefecture, 2 monks from Yunshang sect were drinking in the restaurant. Ever since that day, when he came here arrogantly and asked Aang Huayan to complete the matters related to the market, until now, the market that was promised is still on paper. 10 days ago, he said that he would give an accurate answer in 10 days. Then the answer was no. It made people angry enough, and then suddenly it was okay, but they had to wait a few more days. Tomorrow after tomorrow, sometimes it was okay, and sometimes it was not. It was really annoying. Kilo, the market can't be delayed any longer. That woman is just deliberately tormenting you. Xian Zhengzong shook his head. He actually didn't want to work with this sister, but there was no way. It was not one thing, but 2 things. Strictly speaking, the things they wanted to do were a bit conflicting. Yunshang sect was in a critical period of development, and development meant making money. Everything in the sect had been squeezed out to the last drop. If they wanted to break through the bottleneck quickly, they could only seek development outside, no matter what means. Suzhou is a very good place. The immortal way is backward, and only the alchemy way can barely be seen. Apart from that, the land is vast and the environment is stable, which is very suitable for blood-sucking and steady development. It's a pity that the Qingnang sect has a treasure. This is what the Yunshang sect wants in its dreams. Because of the treasure, no one dares to use force against the Qingnang sect. The Qingnang sect's successive masters are also turtles, blocking everything from the outside sect outside Suzhou, and others can't get in, no matter how greedy they are. It was not easy for Fengshan sect to make a move, and they took the opportunity to open a crack in the turtle shell of the Qingnang sect. The turtle-like sect leader abdicated, and a new, pioneering sect leader came up. He signed a new covenant to allow the outside sect to enter the Suzhou market. Although there are still many rules and regulations, it is much better than the original situation. Open the market first and make some money. The magic tools, talismans, and immortal creations of the Yunshang sect are all stronger than those of the Qingnang sect, so they don't have to worry about sales. Moreover, the sect has a long-term vision. They have laid out the lower 5 prefectures, which no one is optimistic about. Compared with the upper 3 prefectures, the lower 5 prefectures have nothing, but that is only temporary. No one in Suzhou has the ability to consume, so why not give them money? Why give them money? Good question. They only need to contribute a little bit, but this opportunity to contribute requires a breakthrough. Kilo is looking for a breakthrough, but too anxious. Even the market hasn't opened yet, and they are eager to take the next step. They really think that the Qingnang sect, which has been a turtle for thousands of years, is a fool. Xian Zhengzang was too lazy to remind him more, because he could see that Aang Huayan was not as ignorant of the world as she seemed. That expressionless beautiful woman was playing with Kilo as a fool. Kilo didn't know that she was defined as a fool by her senior brother. She sneered, a noble lady who comes from a big family and has never seen a sinister heart in her life, has no idea how much trouble she will get into if she delays like this. I want to see if she can still pretend to be as cold as ice as she is now. Xian Zhengzang did not respond, took a sip of wine, and said, I'm going to go out of the city. You go by yourself. Okay. Xian Zhengzang stretched out his hand and a white crane fell from the sky. He stepped on the soft back of the bird and flew away. Not long after, he came to the east of the city and sat on the clouds looking down. The official road on both sides of the city was originally a bare flat land that had been cut down. At this time, it was full of ordinary people coming and going. They seemed to be tirelessly reclaiming the land all day long. From the time he arrived in Anning Prefecture to now, large tracts of barren mountains and wastelands have become fields. Although the crop yield of this newly reclaimed land is very touching, it is still amazing to see such an unprecedented scale. If Kilo is willing to come out and take a look, she will know that Aang Huayan is not simple. Xian Zhengzang couldn't help but sigh. This level of mortal land reclamation is very rare, and it is done eagerly. They don't care whether it is close to the water source or the soil is good. They just open up the land when they see it. What does this mean? It means that this group of mortals ignored the cost. Mortals are very particular about choosing settlements. Settlements rich in natural resources can greatly reduce the loss of daily life. For example, water. Being close to water is almost a necessary factor for people's lives and farming. Mortals' profits are too low. If the cost is a little higher, they will not be able to survive. Therefore, they have to delve into details and have no foresight. This is the thinking of the poor, but there is no way. Foresight is dead thinking for mortals. Someone has borne the living costs of hundreds of thousands of people. This person must first have absolute prestige, not fierce power but virtue, so that he can drive the people to take risks. Secondly, he must have enough money and food to support so many people. In Xian Zhengzang's opinion, this person can only be Aang Huayan. After all, no one can do money and food except the actual lord of the mansion. And a person with such prestige and foresight is obviously extraordinary. But he doesn't understand what this foresight has seen. Opening up so many fields will naturally increase production, and then the population will increase, and the number of people will increase greatly. What's the point of having so many ordinary people? I can't see it. Let's take a look. Sitting on the back of the white crane, Xian Zhengzang took out the gourd and drank tons of wine. Suddenly, the ordinary people below seemed to have received the call, and they happily threw down their hoes and tools and left, heading towards the largest mansion in this area, which was covered by the formation. Xian Zhengzang couldn't see the formation. He could only watch countless people gathered outside, whispering to each other, excited inexplicably. Then, groups of people went to the mansion. They were like pilgrims, and their excitement was very clear. The people watching nearby looked at those people with envy and jealousy. What good news. Xian Zhengzang also became curious and cast a simple breath suppression and invisibility talisman on himself to lower his altitude. Because of the accent, he couldn't understand the people's discussions, so he could only guess. Words like cultivation, Master Chen, and selection appeared frequently. At this time, 200 people walked out from under the gaze of the crowd. Xian Zhengzang looked up, and at first glance, there seemed to be no difference, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. A guess emerged in his mind, and his eyes lit up. The extremely clear spiritual power reaction appeared in each of the 200 people. What? Xian Zhengzang was stunned. What the hell? Why did these ordinary farmers become cultivators? There are a full 200. And this breath doesn't look like the initial interception of spiritual light nourishment. It was more like he had already entered the stage of soul accumulation and had been cultivating for 3 months. As long as the soul accumulation continued for 2 months, there would be no risk of falling in realm. Kithan pill? Chen Zhengzhan couldn't help but think of this pill. This pill had only one effect, which was to allow people who had no cultivation qualifications or ordinary qualifications to enter the soul accumulation period. The problem was that this pill, which seemed to him to be very useless, was a 3rd level pill and was very expensive. Before he could figure it out, another 200 people went in and 200 people came out. He was stunned. He tried to analyze it. He was halfway through the analysis. 200 people went in again and came out again. It lasted for a whole day. A full 4,000 cultivators. Chen Zhengzhan didn't know how to describe his mood, but he knew that it was finally over and his little heart didn't have to flutter. Then the next day, this scene lasted for a whole day. Chapter 104 Plants vs. the Immortal World. Chen Zhengzhan looked at the place not far away with a serious expression. More than 8,000 cultivators were created from nothing right under his nose. No matter how they did it, it was an amazing feat. The doubts that had been lingering in his mind for some time were solved. The cultivated land that was reclaimed was probably used to grow spiritual rice to support these cultivators. I can actually see a little bit of the rise of our sect from it. Yunshang sect was once a small sect that was not well known, but it seized the opportunity of the times, worked together, and fought hard to achieve its current status. At that time, mortals who were originally unknown also got such a large-scale opportunity to practice, and some of them are now famous in Yunzhou. Of course, these are easy to say, but in fact, bloodshed and sacrifice never stopped during that period. Chen Zhengzhan was still thinking. Suddenly, chanting came from a distance. I knew that farming was difficult in my early years. The voice was distant and gentle, full of Taoism, like the echo in the deep valley of Yunshan Mountain, the hum of evening drums and morning bells. Pause for a moment. The voice continued to ring. What? Dangyunjian? When the voice sounded again, it actually appeared in front of the right side. Chen Zhengzhan's pupils changed, and he immediately raised his magic weapon, as if he was facing a great enemy. At some point, 10 steps away, Chen Jing stood with his hands behind his back, wearing a green shirt, looking up at the sky. Then he turned his head and looked at him. Sorry, I forgot the words. Dao, you have been sitting at the door of my house for 2 days. Didn't anyone tell you that parking is not allowed here? Misunderstanding. Chen Zhengzhan was about to explain. Another voice sounded. No wonder he didn't come back last night. He was looking for trouble. Okay, you can't blame me for this. Watch me. It turned out that Kilo came over. Kilo saw Chen Jing, the man who said to her last time, "What are you looking at?" Try looking at another one appeared again, and he looked like he was coming with bad intentions. Her mood, which was not smooth, was immediately ignited. She could no longer hold back and attacked. The red light in the air, like a prism, formed a whip, and it came over with a crack. Chen Zhengzhan thought it was bad, but he changed his strategy immediately. He held the 3rd level longsword floating beside him in his right hand. From his right hand to half of his body, he was covered by a substantial magic armor. He was the first to arrive, and he took a step and came behind Chen Jing. He turned around. The long sword followed closely behind him, like a hungry wolf turning its head to bite. There was a whip in front of him, and a knife behind him. Chen Jing was caught in a state of being attacked from both sides, but he immediately waved his hand towards the mirror light in the direction of the city, and then snapped his fingers. The vision unfolded. The next moment, the ground under his feet seemed to be folded and stretched out. The attack that was originally close at hand seemed to be pushed away by the space itself, pushed 100 meters away from him, and within 100 meters around Chen Jing, the vision was already shrouded. The sky was grey and drizzling, and the ground under his feet was barren, but there were sprouts growing, adding a touch of vitality to it. It's a vision. Kilo and Chen Zhengzhan recognized it immediately. I can't tell the characteristics. Chen Zhengzhan frowned. His vision was the wolf armor, which gave him the ability to fight in close combat like a demon. It was simple and unpretentious but very powerful. He never thought that he would be pushed away by the opponent. Come on, both of you. Humph. Chen Jing stood in the center of the field with a relaxed tone and hooked his finger at the two of them. Xian Zhengzhang wanted to observe, but Qialuo didn't have the patience. She snorted coldly, and the whip in her hand became more and more red. Snap! The whip shadow flashed by, spanning 100 meters, and fell above Chen Jing's head. At the same time, the buds in the soil under Chen Jing's feet sprouted and grew quickly. Zero frame started, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into cattle tendon grass and copper skin trees all over the ground. The cattle tendon grass and copper skin trees immediately entangled with each other and merged with each other. At the moment when the red whip shadow fell, the soil broke open, and a root stem that was also like a whip, entangled and twisted, broke out of the soil and entangled the red whip shadow. The whip shadow roots and stems intertwined. With a crisp sound, the rhizome of the copper skinned ox tendon tree was smashed. Then, accompanied by a series of puffs, the ground under his feet continued to stab out rhizome spikes, launching a fierce attack on the red whip shadow. Qialuo whipped several times in a row, but only smashed the roots of the copper skinned ox tendon tree, but failed to hurt Chen Jing. Suddenly, Xian Zhengzhang, who had been watching the cruise, took action, wearing wolf armor, and instantly broke into Chen Jing's territory. Facing countless ground spikes, he had strange body movements, and dodged most of them. If he couldn't dodge, the wolf shadow would swallow him. In a few more breaths, he would be next to Chen Jing. But Chen Jing was not panicked at all. He just sat back, leaned back slightly, crossed his legs, and crossed his fingers. The tender shoots in the ground quickly wove into a rattan chair, outlining the backrest, and turned into a soft plant rattan chair to catch it. And as Chen Jing sat firmly, hundreds of bean brothers behind him all poked their heads out. The swollen bean pods opened one by one, revealing the extremely hard black beans inside. Open fire. Chen Jing ordered calmly. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The bean pods made a sound like loading guns, aiming at Xian Zhengzhang, who was cutting over at high speed, and then the top of the bean pods flickered like a phantom. Countless black shadows cut through the sky and turned into waterfalls. At that moment, Xian Zhengzhang's heart was inexplicably cold. Ah! He roared. The wolf armor covering half of his body quickly spread to his whole body. The talismans emerged from the storage bag, exploded and turned into a series of protective shields, and 5 puppets protected him on the side. The next moment, the black waterfall flowed on his body. The talismans blocking in front of him came into contact with it at the first time, and the layers of shield shattered like eggshells, like fireworks. Next came the puppets blocking the surroundings. The puppets also released various shields, and used their bodies to block Xian Zhengzhang. Then he was beaten to pieces, like a rag doll. Finally, fist-sized beans hit his face, arms, and chest. The wolf armor transformed by the vision whimpered faintly under the impact of the storm. The next second, the wolf armor shattered. What is Qialuo doing? Why don't you save her? At the last moment, Xian Zhengzhang looked back and found that Qialuo had been tied up by the roots of the copper bark tree. The roots pulled her limbs apart, forming a big character hanging in the air. There was a bean stuffed in her mouth, and she was crying. Save me. From Qialuo's frightened eyes, Xian Zhengzhang saw the second half of what he wanted to say. It's over. This cultivator is not ordinary, at least he is a true disciple of the King Nang sect. Kicking the steel plate. Will I die? Just as this thought came to mind, a mirror light shone over in an instant, and all the subsequent beans disappeared. A woman in white clothes walked slowly over. Chen Jing, spare their lives, or I will have a hard time explaining myself. Call me senior brother and I will agree to your request. Senior brother Chen. Call me senior brother. Senior brother. Seeing the shame and anger in Nang Huayan's eyes, Chen Jing was immediately very satisfied. Junior sister, it's amazing. Arriving in front of Xian Zhengzhang, with a bruised face, barely raised his head. Maybe it was because his eyes were swollen and he couldn't open them, or maybe it was because of his perspective. The man was standing in front of him, surrounded by all kinds of malicious, hideous, and weird plants. In his eyes, Chen Jing was like a huge demon. What do you want? Xian Zhengzhang gritted his teeth, his face unyielding. What kind of eyes? I've told you so many times not to park not to park. You don't think I'm the kind of villain who makes trouble out of nothing, right? Chen Jing sighed, feeling the misunderstandings of him in this world. According to the relevant laws and regulations of Mining Prefecture, you should pay the 2 days of parking fees owed, plus the fine for violent evasion of fees. Understand? Chapter 105. Governing the government according to law. Cultivating immortality according to law. That's it? Chen Zhengzong still hadn't reacted. He thought he would at least be warned. He was prepared. Once warned, the activated sound would record the evidence. This beating would not be in vain. Instead, it would turn into a spinning blade and pierce the forehead of this bastard. Because any threats and warnings he received would become an excuse for Yunshang sect to attack King Nang sect. As a direct descendant of King Nang sect, he blocked the treaty without reason and maliciously, destroying the overall situation. At that time, this bastard in front of him would know what regret is. But, what the hell is parking fines? It sounds like there is such a thing. In this way, he is not unreasonable. I have never heard of any parking fines. Kilo said angrily. Yes. Aang Huayan said lightly. As the lord of Anning Mansion, if she said there is, there must be. Even if there is not, there must be. Chen Zhengzong's face twitched. The word son and daughter was stuck in his throat, and he didn't dare to say it out loud. How do I know if there is? Kilo was unwilling. Who told you not to ask? I'd like to let you two know that our Anning Prefecture has a complete set of laws and regulations. Practicing in accordance with the law is the obligation of every cultivator. And according to the agreement with your sect, your market needs to be established without violating the local laws and regulations of our King Nang sect. You can be given a certain degree of autonomy in the market, but you must not break the law outside the market. By the way, because your illegal behavior has disrupted the order of our Anning Prefecture and brought extremely bad and serious effects, as the Lord of Anning Prefecture, I will report to the sect and request that you two be expelled according to the law. You can seek help from the ambassador, but before that, you must stay at the designated location and not walk around at will. Aang Huayan recalled the tone of Chen Jing's heavy fines and imitated him, learning 9/10ths of it. One set after another, the two were speechless and had no words to defend themselves. Pa. Chen Jing applauded repeatedly. Good sister, you have learned well. Junior sister Huayan, please stand up for the people. Master King Tang. HMM. Aang Huayan snorted, her eyes happy. Nothing else to say. Take them away. Then the two monks from Yunshang sect were taken away. Although they were not imprisoned, they continued to live in the restaurant, but they were restricted from leaving the restaurant. Not to mention the progress of the market. Failed. Chen Zhengzong looked at Hen at this time. This mission was not easy to come by, and he also spent a lot of effort to get it. Now not only did he fail, but he also messed up. He dared not imagine what kind of punishment he would suffer when he returned to the sect. Senior brother Chen. What should we do next? Say something, senior brother Chen. Do you know to call me senior brother Chen now? Chen Zhengzong looked at this woman with disgust. It was possible not to fight, but she started fighting as soon as she came. Now it's all over. Kilo was no longer as domineering as before. She looked at Chen Zhengzong tremblingly, obviously feeling desperate about her fate. Yunshang sect is not a retirement holy place with a relaxed atmosphere like King Nang sect. In Yunshang sect, those who dare to fight and fight can get everything. The losers, on the other hand, will be eaten by the hungry wolves around them. Their miserable end is deliberately publicized by the sect, turning into an invisible nightmare, standing behind every disciple of Yunshang sect. They would rather die than fail. How can the rulers of these closed small places be so vicious and sinister? It's completely different from what I heard and learned before. Kilo's eyes were full of bloodshot. Before coming here, in the cases she saw, the rulers of these small places either licked the people from Yunshang sect, or dared to be angry, but dared not speak. And as long as there is a little provocation, causing these people to lose control of their emotions and take action, the sect can take the opportunity to attack and grab more benefits. The market, which was originally only 10 miles away, can be expanded to 30 miles, and things that were not allowed to be sold before can now be sold. The more handles the sect gets, the more things it wants on the negotiation table. Those who complete the provocation will also be rewarded. As for the confrontation within the rules, such as Chen Jing and Dying Huayan, she could not say that she had not heard of it, but it was too rare. Because those local tyrants are the rules themselves, and they are supreme in their own rules. They have long been used to being arrogant, and have lost the ability to play games within the rules. When new rules come, it is common for them to bump heads and bleed. They must be lying to us. The sect will definitely find evidence. The so-called complete set of laws and regulations absolutely does not exist. Qiaoluo couldn't figure it out, and she was unwilling to accept that she was so unlucky, but she still had hope. Xian Zhengzong sneered. What are you laughing at? Of course it doesn't exist. What bullshit laws and regulations? I have noticed it a long time ago. There is not much completeness and perfection. The one that prohibits the stopping of spirit beasts is even more ridiculous. Xian Zhengzong sneered. For those at the top of the rules, the more vague the rules are, the greater the power. At least the local tyrants in small places will never come up with a complete set of laws and regulations, because the rules are to weigh, binding the bottom, and also constraining the upper. Then, the sect can't find evidence. Xian Zhengzong shook his head. Why? Have you seen the tens of thousands of acres of newly opened fields outside? That's the answer. The formation of rules requires the support and maintenance of the participants. It doesn't matter whether others are supported by violence or others are supported sincerely because they benefit from it. Among them, support under violent coercion can also be removed by violence. The sect investigation that Qiaoluo hoped for was actually for the sect to remove the violent coercion and then prove that the law they violated was false. This is a feasible strategy because violence is also the strength of the Yunshang sect. But unfortunately, the reason why the rules of Anning Mansion are maintained is because all participants have benefited. Even if the interests of the wealthy families are not as good as before, they are still one of the biggest beneficiaries. Unless the sect offers higher benefits, can the sect afford it? Even if it can afford it, it won't give it. What a pity. Xian Zhengzong leaned against the wall pessimistically inside. The current lord of Anning Mansion, together with the disciple, has won the hearts of the people. The laws they compiled at midnight can get the support of everyone at dawn. The sect can't do anything. We are doomed. Qiaoluo's face was pale and her eyes were blank. Her head was buzzing. On the other side, Huayan, is it possible to subdue these two guys? Chen Jing asked. I'm watching. Huayan sat upright on the side, stroking the treasure mirror. With this treasure in hand, she can pass through the partition set up by Xian Zhengzong and Qiaoluo and quietly find out what these two people say and do. During this period of time, the words and deeds of the two people could not be hidden from her. These two people are already confused, but not enough. Let's leave them alone for a few more days. Well, the outer sect market is inevitable, and after the market opens, the power of the outer sect will inevitably expand step by step. If we can subdue these two guys, when the outer sect market opens, we can get some information in advance, so we won't be helpless. Chen Jing has never ignored the power of economic means. Dumping is considered low level. Although I don't understand it very well, I have heard that they play with you and make you cruel. In the previous life, they made China miserable. It doesn't necessarily need war to destroy a sect. If you affect the economy of a sect, the sect will have to bow its head and serve as a dog. The size of the Yunshang sect is much larger than that of the Qingnang sect. If they play dirty, even if they are aware of prevention, they will easily fall into the trap. But it's different with an insider, which can give them a lot more room for operation. Leave it to me. Huayan nodded gently. Chapter 106. It's here. The vision is just beginning, and its power is quite good. After dealing with the two outer sect cultivators in Anning Mansion, and communicating with his junior sister, Chen Jing went home to study his vision. He had seen three kinds of visions from a distance, when Zuanai and mid-stage cultivators fought. One was called Fusion, which showed the shadows of mountains, and had the effect of suppressing the enemy during the battle. The other was the Golden House, which contained various magical instruments that could fly out to hit people. The most powerful one was Yingchendao. The beast behind him was like a slap on a kid. It was a pity that Yingchendao had died, otherwise he would have liked to compare whose vision was more powerful now. All the spiritual plants that I unlocked the illustrations can be manifested by mana in my vision, and can be accelerated and grown quickly, and then hybridized with each other at will. Chen Jing made a preliminary summary. When there were 100 or 200 spiritual plant cultivators, he could not give birth to spiritual plants with visions. When there were 500 spiritual plant cultivators, he gained this ability and entered a new stage. Now there are nearly 10,000 spiritual plant cultivators, and the avenue is felt, and the cultivation has skyrocketed. The vision rapidly increased, directly reaching the limit of this stage. Within 100 meters, the vision encompasses, as long as the mana is sufficient. There is almost no limit to summoning spiritual plants, and the speed is also in a moment. Next is the third step of Zuanayan, Dao Shenghua. If the practice of Zuanayan period is compared to painting, the foundation of Dao is to prepare the pen, ink, paper and inkstone, and the vision is to splash the ink, and the third step of Dao Shenghua can be described as the pen falling into the truth. Each Dao flower is not a real flower, but a reality. The Dao originally has nothing, and the false becomes true. The Dao is from nothing to something, and the truth is born from nothingness, just like a beautiful and miraculous flower blooming on the Dao, hence this title. When the Dao flower blooms to the extreme, it will complete the law of this Dao, thereby opening up the divine treasure, and evolving the power of the field, that can tamper with the present world. For the realm of Dao Shenghua, Chen Jing has no clue yet, because he is walking his own unique path, and there is no one to ask, at most for reference. But it is definitely not as simple as continuing to increase the number of spiritual plant cultivators. When he had 5,000 spiritual plant cultivators, he had already reached the limit of the vision. Now with 9,000 spiritual plant cultivators, he was still the same, but his mana had become more powerful, so powerful that he could be shot by Dowdy in a line. Roughly estimated, 5,000 spiritual plant cultivators can make all Dowdy line up to shoot 3 rounds, and now it is almost 6 rounds. Maybe after the fake becomes real, these spiritual plants can also become real. Chen Jing was once again in the desolate world, transformed by the vision. Bending down, a peo and rice also broke through the soil, and grew against the back of his hand. Unfortunately, when the mana was withdrawn, the peo and rice also turned into nothingness in the palm of his hand. Now it seems, the vision is still more helpful in fighting. The demon tree species dominated by Dowdy are very powerful, and with his own mana, they are inexhaustible. Maybe there will be some new changes after the Tao Shenghua. I have to find a way to practice the divine consciousness method. The entire demon tree seed bank cannot be developed. Chen Jing thought of this. Suddenly he was stunned. No, stimulating visions is not limited to magic power. One can also use his spiritual consciousness to enter the realm of gods and ghosts, and his spiritual consciousness can also stimulate visions. Just do it. He went back to his room and covered himself with the quilt. You still remember to come back, Jin Chan said faintly. Don't say such misleading words. Chen Jing held his forehead. One man and one cicada were still in the place where they killed the weirdo last time. There was always a magnificent vortex in the sky, slowly rotating, swallowing all the brilliance, and the city was shrouded in darkness and silence. Where to go next? Kill a few people? Chen Jing asked. Anywhere is fine, but I suggest you continue walking forward on this street. There is a small temple there, and you may get something. Why is there a small temple in the city? The realm of gods and ghosts is like this, very chaotic, not to mention that the realm is now ownerless. It will evolve and grow naturally, and it is not strange for anything to run in. Oh, wait a minute, I want to test my new ability. Chen Jing's mind moved, and layers of ripples appeared around him. But the expected vision did not unfold. He frowned. I clearly feel that my vision is in my body, but it is imprisoned by some force and difficult to display. What's going on? The realm of gods and ghosts is superior to visions, and it is inherently exclusive. Unless the master of the realm is still there and takes the initiative to accept you, you will definitely be excluded. Then I don't have a vision, and I can't beat the monsters here at all. For a moment, Jin Chan was speechless. There was a long silence. Then do you want me to take you away? No need. Chen Jing shook his head. With a slight sigh, he said a classic line, since we are here. One person and one cicada walked forward and saw the dilapidated temple. This dilapidated temple stood alone in this block, looking very abrupt. The roof was half broken, tiles were scattered on the ground, the walls were mottled, and there were already withered weeds in the cracks of the stone. Pushing open the door, dust mixed with old smells came to my nose, and the faint light from above barely reflected the blurred statues and faded prayer flags inside. Is there anything? Chen Jing covered his nose and fanned the air. Come here. The golden cicada stopped at the top of the nameless statue. The traces on the statue were completely blurred. Only the human figure could be roughly seen, not to mention the facial features. After Chen Jing approached, the statue flickered slightly, revealing a little breath. Try to see if you can absorb the power of the statue and replace it. Me. Chen Jing was puzzled, but still tried to do it. His consciousness poured into the statue. A scene suddenly appeared in his mind. In the deep mountains, there stood a temple, and he became a statue in the temple. Below his perspective, several little people wearing animal skins were kneeling. Food, food, power, power. The little people in animal skins did not speak, but their meaning appeared above their heads like dialogue boxes, and they understood it at a glance. Chen Jingfu's mind moved. The vision unfolded. In front of the little man with food on his head, a pea and rice was born. In front of the little man with power on his head, a tau seed was born. The little people in animal skins were so happy after receiving the response that they sang and danced. The two little people in animal skins who obtained pea and rice and AO seeds became the prophets and heroes of the tribe. One hunted, the other farmed. Under the leadership of the prophets and heroes, the tribe prospered and developed. In the blink of an eye, it seemed that tens of millions of years had passed, and the prosperity and decline of the tribe quickly passed by. Suddenly, a black spot appeared in the sky, getting bigger and bigger, gradually covering everything. The tribe that had grown and prospered quickly died in the night, and the statue of the god also drifted in the endless darkness. Everything faded. Chen Jing opened his eyes again. Chapter 107, AFK to brush monsters. HMM. Chen Jing came back to his senses, and still stood there. The stone on the face of the statue in front of him was slightly peeling off and sanded. At first glance, it actually looked a bit like him. Success? Jin Chan asked. Yes. Chen Jing then repeated what he had just seen. What you saw was exactly the experience of this nameless god from birth to extinction, and you just stole everything from him. The gifts he originally bestowed on believers became the gifts you bestowed on believers, and the god praised by believers also became your appearance. However, this nameless god, that has long been unworshipped and submerged in history has nothing good left. There are only some instincts in the domain, scattered in the nothingness outside the domain, and captured and merged by the equally ownerless domain of gods and ghosts. Jin Chan said. Ancient gods, once prosperous tribes, now only some residues are left. Chen Jing was affected by the remnants of the statue and felt sad. I always feel as if I have also been forgotten by the world, and the past glory has become a drop in the ocean, mixed in the long river of time, washed away by the blank. Don't dwell on the regrets of the gods. Now that you have replaced him, it is equivalent to getting some recognition from the realm of gods and ghosts. Now, try the vision again. That's right. Chen Jing reacted immediately. This time, the vision did unfold smoothly, but it was not within the 100-meter range of the outside world, but was confined to a small circle around the dilapidated temple. Counting the small temple of only 3 or 4 meters, it extended about 20 meters outward. The vision seems to be unable to leave the temple. Chen Jing was speechless for a moment. What's the use of this? At this time, there was a sound outside. He looked over and saw a strange man with a green body and no clothes climbing the wall. Jin Chan also said at the same time. There is no need to leave the temple, because you have occupied this place, and the realm of gods and ghosts will naturally swallow this piece of land back. Do you mean to spawn monsters and attack my house? Chen Jing's mind moved. 3 bean plants broke out of the ground outside the temple. The bulging bean pods, the beans were loaded. Puff puff puff. A dark shadow flashed by and hit the dark green monster. The green monster just crawled in and was beaten into a ball by the beans on the spot, falling to the ground motionless. Why did I only summon 3 bean brothers? Chen Jing was shocked. Jin Chan asked how many he could summon outside, and he replied that he could summon thousands without stopping. Because compared to your magic power, your spiritual consciousness is only slightly higher than others, and most of your spiritual consciousness power is still guarded in your original sea of consciousness. What entered here is just a little spiritual power, Jin Chan concluded. I was targeted by the environment. Indeed. After agreeing, Jin Chan flew to the corpse of the green monster, shrouded in golden light, and returned with a seed. Chen Jing looked over with expectation. After seeing it clearly, he frowned immediately. Why are they still the seeds of the demon bean? I have them all, and there are duplicates. You are unlucky. Don't be discouraged. As long as you digest all the realms of gods and ghosts, you can get all the demon species contained here. I know, but isn't that a big guarantee? Chen Jing was speechless. After a moment of sadness, he was unwilling to say, these duplicate seeds should be recyclable. Give them to me, I'll try. He took the seeds of the demon bean and offered them in front of the statue. The divine mind shifted. The perspective shifted to the statue in the next moment. Chen Jing looked at the seeds again as the statue, and his mind moved, and the seeds slowly turned into nothingness. At the same time, another bean sprout broke out of the ground next to the temple. Good. Chen Jing smiled happily. The repeated seeds can be decomposed into domain fragments to expand my god's domain, and can also replenish divine thoughts and summon more Daodi. Congratulations. I didn't realize I could do this. Jin Chan also said happily, the god and ghost domain is too large, and the captured statue has no power to resist. After you replace the statue, although your size is still insignificant, you are alive, and the god and ghost domain is dead. As long as you use the statue as a basis, you can devour the god and ghost domain in turn, and digest it faster. Ha 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 ha, am I not invincible? Chen Jing was very happy for a while. Don't be afraid of being targeted by the environment, target it back. And soon, another group of regretful monsters refreshed, scratching the broken walls, and drilling into the temple. They will instinctively want to destroy the statue, so you must protect the statue. Jin Chan reminded hurriedly. Got it. It was still the green humanoid monster, skinny, and this time it crawled in from 4 directions in a row. Chen Jing demonstrated his macro control skills, and the 3 beans were offset to the sides by 5 meters, and the shooting range just outlined a diamond shape, framing the ruined temple. With a popping sound, the green humanoid monsters were broken by the fist-sized beans one after another. What kind of monsters are these? They are so creepy. Chen Jing asked, while ordering Jin Chan to collect the spoils. These are water ghosts. They are probably the remnants of humans who died in accidents or storms, and could not rest in peace. They are very common in the outside world. Outside world? I've always heard you talk about outside world, but I didn't know what it meant. The outside world is actually right next to us, overlapping with our Jiaozhou world. We are part of the outside world, and the outside world is also part of us. When you become enlightened, and further comprehend the great Dao, you will be able to open your heavenly eyes and glimpse some scenes in the outside world. Really? I thought it was very far away. Some are very far away, and some are very close. As the saying goes, there are 9 heavens above, and 9 underworlds below. The famous heaven and underworld are the so-called outside world. Of course, there are no gods in heaven, and there is no underworld in the 9 underworlds. There are only endless demons and monsters. The powerful cultivators in Jiaozhou who have reached the highest level of cultivation have isolated the outside world from Jiaozhou with great magic power and supernatural powers. Therefore, not even a wronged soul or evil ghost can be seen in Jiaozhou. Chen Jing couldn't help but think of the cultivators of the sect who were fighting in the outside world. He had never met the eldest and second brothers, and he always thought they were fighting with aliens, but it seemed that it was not limited to this. Jin Chan, what else do you know that I don't know? Tell me quickly. If you don't ask, I don't know what I know. Then I'll ask you. Will you be immortal? Will you have invincible magical powers? Jin Chan, you are not shy. He put the seeds he collected in front of him. Chen Jing looked at them one by one, and they were all bean sprouts. With a wave of his hand, he threw them in front of the statue for offering and decomposition. He said, Jin Chan, go worship the statue. I'll show you a big treasure. What do you want? Hurry up. At Chen Jing's urging, Jin Chan flew in front of the statue, and then the statue transmitted 3 gifts to him. Sacrifice expanding the territory, promoting the birth of bean sprouts. Jin Shan looked at Chen Jing blankly. Chen Jing nodded with satisfaction. Okay, next you help me brush the regrets here. Remember, leave me a portion of the new seeds, and decompose all the rest. Whether to expand the scope of the domain, or replenish the Bean Brothers, it's up to you. If you encounter any urgent matters, burn incense for me, and I will come immediately after hearing it. Wait a minute. How come this has become my business? What's the matter? Aren't you afraid that you will be lonely here alone? Besides, I have to go back to sleep. I can't stay here and not leave, right? That's right. Then leave it to you. I'll come over in the morning. After Chen Jing finished speaking, he stretched and disappeared on the spot. Looking forward to tomorrow's harvest. Chapter 108, Reunion of Masters. Ancient battlefield, a land outside the domain. A desolate and dreary ruin. The setting sun was like blood, shining on the rubble. The grass and trees grew wildly, but they could not cover up the bloodstains and broken weapons. In this dead silence, a roar broke the tranquility. Zhao Kangsun, I have never offended your King Nang sect. Why do you have to pick on me? The resentment and unwillingness in the voice were like a gust of wind, roaring wantonly in the ruins. The resentment around seemed to be touched by this anger, turning into black smoke, entwined with the murderous aura, forming twisted vortexes. When you were alive, you caused cholera in southern Xinjiang, and slaughtered the people. After death, you turned into a fierce spirit, and turned the 4 countries of southern Xinjiang into a ghost den. As the true disciple of the King Nang sect, I have received the favor of heaven, and failed the wishes of the people. I will kill you with my gun. The young man who spoke had black hair tied behind his head, wearing a white Taoist robe and a long sword at his waist. At this time, with the spear in hand, the magic power that had been tempered for thousands of times infected the space, transformed into thousands of strange images, and had a strong aura. What I do is none of your business. If you keep pestering me, I will kill my way into the King Nang sect and slaughter your entire clan. Humph. Zhao Kangsun was about to say something else. Suddenly, a helpless voice came from the side. Big brother, when are we going to start fighting? Can you change your long-winded habit? Another man appeared. He was burly, with a simple face, and the muscles on his arms were as strong as iron. Brother Lei Ji, swords are for killing. To hold such an unfavorable and ominous weapon, one must have a heart of justice and benevolence. Whenever one strikes, one must have a legitimate reason. Whenever one sees blood, one must punish the unjust, and punish the evil. But didn't you say that when the 5th and 6th brothers and sisters joined the sect, they must kill this evil spirit, and refine it into a puppet as a gift for joining the sect? Zhao Kangsun looked up at the sky and sighed. Brother, how can you put me in an unjust position? Big brother, you know I like to tell the truth. In that case, Zhao Kangsun said faintly, we can only get rid of the witnesses. In an instant, the world turned upside down. The ghost den that spread for dozens of miles was illuminated by a ray of light from the sky, and the strong magic power swept over like a tide. The nearby monks saw from afar that a sky-supporting general would descend from the clouds, step into the black vortex, and fight with one of the evil dragons. At the same time, thunderbolts and lightning emerged one after another, hitting the black dragon. And at the edge of the battlefield, the monks wearing the insignia of the King Nang sect turned their bodies into a formation, rushed into it, and cut the ghost den into several pieces. Wow, what's wrong with the people of the King Nang sect? They are fighting so crazy. I thought that Zhao Kangsun's attack on the ghost general was just a joke. Although the ghost den has not turned into a cave, it has lasted for thousands of years, and has accumulated a huge amount. It is impossible to do anything without paying a price. After all, it is the first true disciple of the King Nang sect. Oh no, it is the first true disciple before. With this merit, the people of the King Nang sect can have a good year. The nearby sects watched and watched in amazement. The battle lasted for more than half a month. Finally, the ghost den that had been pervading for thousands of years gradually dissipated, and in the center of the battle, a black dragon of evil spirit was bound layer by layer. The evil spirit condensed into a man with loose hair, bare upper body, bloodshot eyes, magic patterns spreading from the neck down, outlining a ferocious black dragon. Let me go, bastard. The man with long hair and red eyes roared, but he couldn't break free from the chains on his body. Beside him, second senior brother Lei Ji was also shirtless, revealing his strong and powerful muscles. He summoned heavenly thunder and earthly fire, poured out various treasures, and smelted them with magic power. Zhao Kangsuan inserted the spear beside him and said, I heard that our fifth junior brother, who was born as a vassal of a lower level peasant family and was penniless, was able to walk on the path of a saint. He is a man with great ambitions. Moreover, he has recently made some immortality beans, which can make us a lot of money in Jushan Peak. As the eldest senior brother, the gift cannot be shabby. This ghost general is at the peak of the 4th level. It would be best to train him into a puppet, to protect our junior brother. I think that's right, but eldest senior brother, you gave a protective puppet to junior sister Yan, and also gave a protective puppet to junior sister Kingsha. You also gave the same puppets to the 5th and 6th junior brothers. I don't think you are sincere. Huh. What's wrong with puppets? What's wrong with puppets? Although they are all puppets, I worked hard to capture each of them. Except for junior sister Kingsha, the other junior sisters and brothers are not good at fighting, so they need these puppets as thugs. Don't just blame me. What about you? Have you prepared the gift? Of course I'm ready. Let me see. No. Zhao Kangsuan was choked and said unhappily, it must be another magic weapon you made. 3rd level magic weapons are not rare, and they can't activate 4th level magic weapons, which are not as good as my puppets. Just wait and see. Lei Ji was very confident. The two brothers chatted while refining the puppets, and the ghost general was howling, sometimes full of swearing, and sometimes kneeling down to beg for mercy, but was completely ignored. After 7 days of refining, the ghost general who was rampant and fierce turned into an exquisite black dragon wristband. This black dragon is for junior brother, and the Yunluan hairpin I got a few days ago is for junior sister. Zhao Kangsuan was very satisfied. At this time, a disciple came. Big brother and second brother, the formation has been opened. We should go back. The time is right. Zhao Kangsuan nodded and said with emotion, Junior brother Lei, you have been in the outer domain for 30 years. 32 years. Lei Ji answered accurately. Do you want to go back to the sect? Of course. When I came to the outer domain earlier, I looked forward to the grand ceremony every spring. I could go back to see my master and the flowers and plants in the sect. Zhao Kangsuan raised his hand and smiled. Let's go home. Zhao Kangsuan and his group walked towards the formation and met another group of people. After seeing each other, they stopped at the same time. The outer domain is not out of touch with the rear. What happened in Susao will also be reported here. After Taoist Yunting stepped down as the leader of the Qingnang sect, the new leader was the former leader of Wanghe Peak. The one who was looking into Zhao Kangsuan's eyes was the eldest disciple of Wanghe Peak, Zhao Kan. In terms of status, the first true disciple of the Qingnang sect could only refer to Zhao Kangsuan, but after a while, as the past impression faded, this title completely belonged to Zhao Kan. Wanghe Peak. We are fighting to the death here, but they are just signing an alliance with the outer sect and making the decision. Lei Ji frowned without disguising. At the same time, the faces of the surrounding disciples changed. This was not hidden, and at such a close distance, everyone could hear it. Junior brother, you should also change your habit of telling the truth. Zhao Kangsuan slightly supported his forehead, and then smiled at the opposite side. Junior brother Zhao. Senior brother Zhao. The two greeted each other at the same time, resumed their actions, and stood side by side in the formation. The surrounding disciples seemed to feel some kind of invisible aura, and each of them drew a line and stood far away. Zhao Kan had long hair like ink, eyes like stars, and a white robe with an elegant temperament. Brother Zhao, I still rely on you for matters within the sect. I know there will be some misunderstandings due to the recent changes, but I hope you understand. Of course I understand. Brother, you are righteous. Now the situation outside the region is getting worse and worse. The number of casualties among disciples is increasing year by year. 3 of the 12 peaks in the sect have been moved to the outside region. Even so, there is no relief at all. There are signs of a bloody battle 100 years ago. Brother, you should understand that, if you don't change now, it will be difficult to change again. Zhao Kan said softly. At this point, the formation was surging again and again. Zhao Kangxuan looked at Zhao Qian in front of him. The other party looked at him deeply, and his figure gradually faded. When he came to his senses again, he had returned to Jushan Peak. Do you really want to change like this? What are you doing here? The old voice of Taoist Yunting woke Zhao Kangxuan up. Zhao Kangxuan came to his senses, looked at this familiar cave, and Taoist Yunting, who was fishing, called master, and a smile reappeared on his face. Seeing you fishing leisurely, I feel that there is no need to worry about anything. You are still worrying. You are fighting on the front line. I'm behind, and need to worry about many things. Taoist Yunting joked. He cast another rod. And disciple Lei Ji, why do I feel that you have become stronger again? Master, you should continue to care about the fish. I have lost 2 pounds. I don't like to talk to you, a fool. If you talk less, you can live a few hundred years longer. Taoist Yunting shook his head. I said, second junior brother, you should change your habit of telling the truth. You are the same. You talk a lot. I don't like to listen to it. After the care between the master and the disciple, the atmosphere gradually became awkward. Zhao Kangxuan, who had just returned home not long ago, even wanted to return to the battlefield outside the domain. There was no place for him in this family anyway. Taoist Yunting then said, since you two are back, if there is nothing urgent, wait a while, and call Lao Wu and Lao Liu to get to know each other. They are all outside now. Why don't we go over and take a look? Although I have seen many cultivators who claim to be saints, and even saints reincarnations, I have never seen any in our sect. Let's take a look at what those spiritual plant cultivators look like. Zhao Kangxuan made a suggestion, and then he asked Lei Ji what he thought, and Lei Ji said yes. Then let's go to a Ning mansion together, but your junior sister Yan may not go out. Taoist Yunting put away the fishing rod, looked at the empty fish hook, and shook his head. After a little thought, a light flashed in the storage magic tool, and a 5-jin grass carp flew out and hung on the fish hook. Only then did he stroke his beard with satisfaction. Well, that's right. Master, this is pure cheating, which is beneath your dignity. I suggest, if you ask me to change again, I will throw you out. Good advice is unpleasant to the ear. Alas. Zhao Kangxuan was annoyed. Hua Qingsha, who got the news immediately, rushed here and immediately called the eldest and second senior brothers. She grew up in the sect since she was a child and was very familiar with them. Lei Ji took out a mirror magic weapon from the storage magic weapon in his arms and handed it over. Here, this is a New Year's gift from the second senior brother. Although this magic weapon is only the 3rd grade, it can reflect flying swords several times and has a miraculous effect in fighting. Junior sister Qingsha has really grown up. I still remember that you were so small at that time and you just jumped over your knees. Second senior brother, you said the same thing last year and the year before last. But Hua Qingsha still took the magic weapon immediately, looked at the eldest senior brother, and stretched out her hand. Where's my gift? Oh, I've worked for nothing all year. Zhao Kangxuan also took out a small wooden man from the storage magic tool, introduced it, and measured his height. You've really grown up. I held you when you were a baby. You were already a child when I joined the sect. Do you remember me, your junior sister? At this time, the wonton room rumbled and turned, and a small den man the size of a fist came over. The little den man jumped and sat on Hua Qingsha's shoulder and spoke crisply. Big brother, second brother. It's rare that junior sister Yan is willing to go out of the mountain gate. Lei Ji was surprised. Even if he used the method of divine thoughts, Yang Jinrei was very resistant to going out. Since junior sister Yan is here, let's set off. It's rare that master has been diligent in the past 2 years and accepted so many new junior brothers and sisters for me. Zhao Kangxuan was happy, raised his hand, and took out a palm-sized flying boat and threw it. The flying boat swelled in the wind and turned into a treasure ship more than 30 feet high and 3 stories high. The bow of the ship was carved with a mighty beast's head, and the blade-shaped magic tools on the left and right areas were like fish fins. When activated, countless rune patterns shining with strange light appeared inside the magic tools, and they galloped up. When can I have such a treasure ship and flying boat? Everyone boarded the flying boat, and Hua Qingsha held the edge of the boat, envious. First, I have to pay off the spiritual stones owed to master. Second senior brother Lei Ji replied coldly. The beautiful fantasy was shattered by this sentence. Not long after, everyone came to the sky above Anning Mansion. Zhao Kangsuan cast a spell, and the flying boat became invisible in front of everyone. They looked down. They saw Ang Huayin staying alone in the quiet room. The treasure mirror transformed into 16 pictures, reflecting all aspects of Anning Mansion. Some pictures were mountains and rivers, and farmers farming. And some pictures were the patriarchs of the wealthy families and the key figures of the major families, monitoring their every move in real time, and some pictures would switch back and forth in the streets and markets of Anning Mansion. One of the pictures showed the Haggard Shan Zhengzong and Qialuo. They were assigned to a large picture in the center. Ang Huayin ignored the pictures. She was drawing talismans with materials in front of her. What is this junior sister doing? Zhao Kangsuan wondered. Drawing talismans. The second senior brother answered immediately. No, I mean, why do you want to monitor the entire Anning Mansion? Unique hobby. Master took 36 volumes of talisman arrays and asked your junior sister Huayin to take charge of Anning Mansion to make a bet with her. If the reform of Anning Mansion does not go wrong, the spiritual stones will only be charged at half the price. If you can learn 36 volumes, you will not charge. Now it seems that these 36 volumes are given for nothing. Taoist Yunting said with relief. Ah. Except Yang Jin Reo, the other three opened their mouths at the same time. I can't even owe master spiritual stones? They couldn't believe it. Oh no, this little junior sister is not simple. Zhao Kangsuan suddenly felt pressured. The old senior was about to be beaten to death on the beach by the waves behind. At this time, Yang Jin Reo's little alchemist said, look at the books next to you. Everyone looked. On the cover of the thick books, there were a few big words. Anning Prefecture Civil Code, Anning Prefecture Criminal Code, Anning Prefecture Administrative Law, Traffic Control Law. What does our junior sister do? Zhao Kangsuan was stunned. It is these codes that your junior sister has suppressed the many forces in Anning Prefecture. Although I wanted her to set new rules at the beginning, I didn't expect it to be so good. Taoist Yunting was quite emotional. He talked about what Ang Huayin had done during this period. First, he took advantage of the situation. He had a treasure mirror in his hand, and his identity was the direct disciple of the King Nang sect. He was also a direct descendant of the Yang family, and had established his prestige during the chaos. With all the power in his hands, it is not difficult to set new rules. The difficulty lies in how to set the rules well, and make a better start. And after setting the rules, how to maintain them for a long time. In simple terms, your rules should not be too outrageous, so that everyone can at least be convinced. Then they must be very careful and reasonable, with very few loopholes, so as not to patch them up, wasting energy and credibility. Although these codes are not perfect, they are by no means a one-day job, and they are not easily broken. Huayin uses a treasure mirror to monitor the entire city at all times. Anyone who violates the rules will be arrested and tried immediately. The beatings are fast and accurate, and the rules are set first, so that people are convinced. With all these, the reform is implemented very smoothly, and everyone in Anning Mansion is united in submission. Our junior sister is a management genius. Zhao Kangsuan sighed. He is a genius, but 90% of the contents of these codes were proposed by your junior brother Chen Jing, and then polished and supplemented with the understanding of your junior sister, and finally became what they are now. Oh. Then I'm more curious about junior brother Chen Jing. Let's go down and bring junior sister Huayin with us, and then go to see what Chen Jing is doing. Everyone appeared and took Huayin up, and immediately came to the outside of the city, and Chen Jing was sleeping soundly. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109. The upper limit is difficult to pass. You are still sleeping at noon. Huayin has already drawn so many talismans. Taoist Yunting couldn't help but laugh and scold. Master is really old. I can see that junior brother Chen Jing's mind is connecting to a certain monolith area. As soon as the upright second senior brother finished speaking, the surrounding brothers all took a step away from him. Suddenly isolated, a puzzled look appeared on Lei Ji's upright face. Then, the shadow of the master rose from behind and covered his head. It's been a long time since I last taught you the art of body forging with heavenly thunder. The high intensity thunder power poured into Lei Ji's limbs and bones, and the incandescent electric light reflected his bones very clearly. If Chen Jing saw this scene, he would definitely sigh that the world of cultivation also has its own X-ray perspective. It's okay, your second senior brother has a special physique. He has been electrocuted since he was a child, and he is not hurt at all. The eldest senior brother turned around and explained with a smile. The main explanation was to Aang Huayan. Aang Huayan nodded woodenly, showing no fear, but her lower body was very honest. She retreated again and again, hiding behind Hua Kingsha. After an electric treatment, Lei Ji opened his mouth and spit out a puff of black smoke, with a crispy skin. I suspect that second senior brother is so stupid, because he was electrocuted by master. Hua Kingsha whispered to Yan Jinreo. Yan Jinreo turned and looked at her. Our master is one of the 10 great thunder masters in Jiuzhou. Don't let me get struck by lightning. Aang Huayan was even more straightforward and had already moved away from Hua Kingsha. Although she looked calm on the surface, she was actually very panicked. She felt that her senior brothers and sisters seemed to be seriously ill and would implicate the weak and helpless herself at any time. Humph, can't I see that Chen Jing is not sleeping at this time, but connecting to a certain monolith Zuanjing? Since he is busy, let's go to the side to see those spiritual plant cultivators. Taoist Yunting flicked his sleeves. The flying boat turned and rose to a high altitude, overlooking the entire land. At the same time, Hua Kingsha and Aang Huayan both felt that their spiritual consciousness was connected to the flying boat, and the range of their spiritual consciousness expanded dozens of times, covering everything. The flying boat is the most mainstream comprehensive magic weapon in Jiuzhou now. It can be used for transportation, searching for enemies, attacking, etc. If you connect your spiritual consciousness to it, you can use the flying boat to search the sky and the earth. The eldest brother explained in time. They looked down. Boss Wang, how many times have I told you to call me? Oh, I forgot. Leader Wang. Wrong. Everyone is so stupid. Now I, Wan Yang, am the director of the Agricultural Persuasion Institute, who was personally ordered by Master Chen and issued a document by the prefecture city. Call me Director Wang. Director Wang. A group of younger brothers shouted vigorously. That's right. What happened again? Tell me. Boss Wang puffed out his belly, showing a calm look. The younger brother hurriedly reported. It was basically that someone's family had a conflict again because of a dispute over land. Now that Chen Jing has more spiritual cultivators, but the land is not enough, so Boss Wang is in charge of land reclamation. With the cooperation of all parties, land reclamation is carried out smoothly, but there are inevitable frictions in the middle. Nowadays, the people's land reclamation has both basic indicators and performance rewards. The rules seem fair, but some land is easy to open and some is difficult to open. In practice, it is unfair. It's been a while. How come life is getting better and better, but there are more and more things? Boss Wang is quite troubled. He looked at his right-hand men. Do you have any permanent solution? The younger brothers looked at each other. I have a method. Whoever makes trouble will be beaten with a stick. After a while, no one will make trouble. This is a good idea. After listening to a bunch of bad ideas, Boss Wang shouted, okay, you all think I'm too comfortable, right? Boss. No, director, if we had this brain, how could we let you become the boss? That's right. Everyone said. And above their heads, in the flying boat, Zhao Kangxuan asked, Junior Sister Huayan, have you and Chen Jing prepared a response plan? Yes, but we are still waiting for the right time. Oh. Taoist Yunting also looked over. Chen Jing told me that it is difficult to quickly complete the land reclamation work with multiple families as a current unit. When the contradiction begins to expand, we must change the model and refine the division of labor. No longer open up the land one by one, but divide the land reclamation into several steps and complete them together. For example, the barren mountain ahead. At the beginning everyone cuts down the roots of trees and ferns. When weeding, everyone weeds, loosens the soil and clears the stones, digs ditches, etc. and can only do the same thing together, which he calls assembly line operation. Master, senior brother, I think this method is great. Second senior brother Leiji touched his chin, thought about it carefully, and felt that it was indeed very good. It is indeed very clever. Even if your junior brother did not come up with it himself, it is very smart to use it here. But you, Leiji, said it was clever, which made me very angry, because this is exactly the assembly line method that the outer sect has always used. You have come into contact with so many outer cultivators in the outer battlefield, but you didn't understand it until now. How stupid. Taoist Yunting said casually. Then why don't we use this assembly line in our cave? If we use this method, it will definitely greatly increase the production of various elixirs and magic tools. Leiji raised his doubts. Faced with this question, Taoist Yunting just shook his head tiredly. Senior brother Zhao Kangxuan explained, what's the use of refining so many things? How many cultivators do we have in Dongshan? We can raise 300 spirit pigs for ourselves, raise 3,000 spirit pigs to sell to the next peak, and raise 30,000 spirit pigs and release them. The outer sect can use this method because they can sell the surplus to the neighboring states and make money from the surrounding states with interest. Leiji suddenly realized, no wonder the outer sect wants to open the market in Arkingnang sect. Arkingnang sect suffers from too few ordinary cultivators and insufficient high-level cultivators. It is difficult to expand the base and break through the limit. I hope that our junior brother Chin can follow this holy path, and then things will get better. Master, am I right? Zhao Kangxuan said. Yes. Taoist Yunting's eyes were calm. As a strong man in the heavenly realm, he traveled to the 9 states, went to the top sects to ask questions, and also went to remote small states to gain knowledge. Many Bazhao sects, with millions of Zuanayan disciples, were still sucked blood by those big sects. Their internal affairs seemed unified, but in fact they were torn apart, becoming vassals without any ability to fight back. So he didn't have much expectation for Chen Jing's holy way. Su's Haoqingnang sect has only 30,000 disciples. So what if the basic base has expanded to 3 million or 30 million? The gap is too big. If you can't break through the blockade of the 3 paths of talismans, arrays, and instruments, and can't give birth to great powers that transcend the 3 realms, no matter how many low-level cultivators there are, they are just a bigger pig, which makes people more coveted. But as a master, he would not say these words to hit the disciples. Junior brother Chen Jing doesn't seem to want to wake up. Let's see what he is doing in Zuanjing, Zhao Kangxuan asked. Only your junior brother is recognized in that Zuanjing. You need to ask your junior brother before you can enter. Taoist Yunting said. How to ask? The physical body is lying there. Of course, you should stand next to him and ask. So a group of people appeared outside Chen Jing's room. Knock on the door. Chen Jing, I'm here to find you, and master, senior sisters and senior brothers are here to find you. At the same time, Chen Jing in the god and ghost realm also got the feeling. Senior sister Hua's voice, master and senior brothers and senior sisters are here to find me. They said they want to go into the god and ghost realm to have a look. Is it possible, Jinshan? Hearing the question, Jinshan said, the god and ghost realm is hidden in layers of outer space. Only I can accurately locate it and master the door to open it. You can come in, because I gave you a touch of gold nature, captured your breath, and pulled you in, but others can't. That's impossible. It's not impossible at all. You use the statue here, and you have some power of the god hidden realm. In other words, you are also Jinshan. You can pull people into your statue's realm. You just need to leave your breath on them to locate them. That's done. Wait for me. Not long after, a group of people appeared in this small temple. Chapter 110 Luxurious Gift. Before pulling everyone into the realm of gods and ghosts, Chen Jing first retracted his divine thoughts, opened the door, and looked at everyone. Master, senior sister Hua, senior brother and second brother. He knew that Taoist Yunting's school didn't care much about etiquette and the atmosphere was relaxed, but this group going to the disciples' home was indeed beyond his expectations. If it was somewhere else, Chen Jing might think that this was the organization's attention to him. But based on his understanding of these days, it was probably that this group of people had been bored for a long time and came out for a walk. Then he looked at the two strange men. Because I had heard of them a long time ago, I could recognize that the young man with long hair tied behind his head and a slightly wild temperament was senior brother Zhao Kangsun, and the strong man who was taller than everyone else and whose arms were thicker than a person's thighs was second brother Lei Ji. Taoist Yunting stroked his beard and formally introduced the two men. Your senior brother Zhao Kangsun has been in the sect for 98 years, and now he has completed the Shenzang stage. He usually stays in the battlefield outside the domain, and only returns to the sect for a short time during the sect ceremony. Your second senior brother has been in the sect for 50 years, and he is also in the Shenzang realm. He has some talent in refining weapons and strengthening the body. Senior brother, second senior brother. Zhao Kangsun stepped forward. Haha, you are not bad looking. Besides me, there is finally a handsome cultivator who has passed the true teachings of Jushin Peak. People in this world are superficial and most of them judge people by appearance. But if you ask me, it is better to judge people by appearance. After all, this is our advantage. Stop talking nonsense. Taoist Yunting interrupted immediately. Chen Jing felt kind to the senior brother. People who recognize his appearance are definitely good people with depth and connotation. Well, I'll wait until master is not here and discuss the wonders of cultivation with my junior brother. Here, take this, my gift to you, junior sister Huayan. This is yours. Zhao Kangsun took out the black dragon wrist guard and Yunluan hairpin from the storage magic weapon and handed them to Chen Jing and Dying Huayan respectively. I captured a demon bad with the blood of a phoenix in the battlefield outside the domain and killed a vicious spirit that had been entrenched for 1,000 years. Then I asked my second junior brother Lei Ji to use heavenly thunder and earthly fire, as well as some precious materials and divine gold, to make 2 4th grade magic weapons. You can use them for daily transportation, and can also inspire enemies when you encounter danger. 4th grade? Exclamation mark. Chen Jing was slightly surprised. Good guy, this senior brother is too generous. Good senior brother. He and Dying Huayan took the magic weapon and thanked Zhao Kangsun. Let's try it. There is no need to refine it. Just leave mark in it with your spiritual consciousness. Zhao Kangsun indicated. Okay. Chen Jing's spiritual consciousness probed into it. His mind moved. A man with loose hair and bare chest, with a black dragon tattoo on his body, appeared and knelt on one knee. This is the god form. Changed to a mount. Yes. The man with loose hair scattered black smoke on the spot, and the resentful aura was strong, gathering into a dragon with bloodshot eyes and a black body. It bared its teeth and claws, and then lowered its head. Chen Jing stepped on its head, and the black dragon moved as he wished and soared into the sky. In an instant, with a shrill roar, the surrounding scenery quickly retreated, and the black dragon flew over the mountains and rivers, and swept across the sea of clouds. People nearby looked in the direction of the sound, and a 100-meter black dragon rushed into the clouds. A man stood at the dragon head, his robes fluttering, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. And Dying Huayan also tried the Yunluan hairpin. The white bat screamed, as if it was not willing to be outdone, and chased after it. Brother Lei, what did you prepare? Zhao Kangsun was very satisfied with the gift he gave, and looked at Lei Ji. You will know in a while. Didn't keep everyone waiting too long. Chen Jing and Dying Huayan drove the black dragon and the black bat back. Thank you, senior brother. After thanking him, the second senior brother took a few steps forward and took out 2 things from his storage bag. 5th junior brother is determined to follow the holy path and help ordinary people to practice. Although I'm not good at management, I know that it will cost a lot of money, so I specially made a magic weapon for you, called the Fubao Basin. The Fubao Basin is only a 3rd grade one, but there are differences between magic tools and magic tools. In short, as long as it is a 1st grade magic tool, it can slowly repair itself when placed in it. The spiritual hose and rakes of those spiritual cultivators are broken, which is just right for repairing, and it can save a lot of repair costs. A small black iron basin, which was not good looking, was handed to Chen Jing. Chen Jing was a little moved when he took the magic weapon from the second senior brother with a broad figure. The gift from the senior brother was very valuable, which made him grateful, and the gift from the second senior brother was very thoughtful, which was mostly touching. Then it was Aang Huayan. Lei Ji took out a mirror. This is a magic weapon replica mirror. There is a treasure replica mirror in Jiazhou. I imitated its principle to make one. It is only of the 3rd grade. I know that junior sister Huayan is very talented in talisman formation, and the talisman formation is also very wasteful. This mirror can restore junior sister's talisman making skills. As long as the talisman's below the 4th grade, most of them can be replicated to increase efficiency. It is also a thoughtful gift. Aang Huayan took it, and held it tightly in his hand. Chen Jing stepped forward, and the two of them thanked the second senior brother together. Well done, junior brother Lei. Thanks to your hard work, you have created 2 magic weapons. This is not a magic weapon. Magic weapons have no soul, and no room for growth. Whatever they are created, they will always be the same, unless they are reforged. Magic weapons are treasures like Shenending and Baojian. In a sense, they can be regarded as magic weapon monks. With day-to-day use, magic weapons can gradually become stronger. Lei Ji crossed his arms, and was very proud. Hey, we agreed to go see Xuanjing. Let's go. Hua Qingsha howled. Zhao Kangsuan laughed and said, I almost forgot about this. After some preparations, Chen Jing lay down again. As for the others, except Hua Qingsha and Aang Huayan, they could all stand and play. By the way, this time, Hua Qingsha occupied his big bed again, and she also pulled Aang Huayan to sleep together, so he could only lie on the table. The scene changed. Everyone came to the realm of gods and ghosts, and each had their own reaction. Junior brother is quite clever. He actually usurped the position of a wild god, and used the body of Xuanayan to do the things of Shenzang. The eldest brother expressed his approval. As for Taoist Yunting, he glanced at the golden cicada when he came, and then he kept his attention on the plants outside. Not long after, everyone looked at the monster species growing outside the yard. Bean monster, different from the bean monster outside the domain. What is this with a big mouth? Man-eating plant, but generally does not eat people, but eats small animals such as lions and tigers. It's a pity. Jin Chan worked hard all night and only unlocked 3 new monster species. Man-eating plant, 1 star. Copper skin tree, 1 star. In fact, Chen Jing already has the distorted spore version of these 2 monster species, but he just got the original monster species now. In addition, there is another one he has never seen. Mucus grass, 1 star. It can secrete extremely sticky juice. Master, fellow brothers and sisters, please allow me to solemnly introduce you to a fun game. Chen Jing's mind moved, and the statue sent out messages to everyone present. Ding, welcome to Plants vs. Extraterritorial Demons, 0.1 beta. Introduction. Plants vs. Extraterritorial Demons is a puzzle strategy tower defense game independently developed by Chen Jing, the true disciple of Su Shaoqing Nang sect in Jushan Peak. Endless extraterritorial demons are about to invade, and the only way to defend is to plant plants. Taoist Yunting carefully read the strange description, and was completely confused after reading it. This traitor, is he trying to make his old bones do some work? He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 111. It's worth getting into the trap. Although it was not easy to laugh or cry, but Taoist Yunting still loved his disciple and played. Master, please pay attention to the tips of the statue. The statue prompted. Soybean shooter, 1 star. Attack the enemy from a distance. Movement speed, slow. Consume sunlight. 100 points. Currently has initial sunlight. 2000 points. Taoist Yunting planted plants outside the temple according to Chen Jing's hands-on teaching. 12 pea shooters guarded the 4 sides, and killed the attacking monsters one by one. It was ordinary. At this time, the statue flashed slightly, and another oracle came. Killed the evil demon successfully, collected sunlight x36, and unlocked a new plant. The list then expanded. Piranha plant, 1 star. Directly devour small evil demons. Movement speed, extremely slow. Consume sunlight. 150 points. Oh, I'll plant some more piranha plants. Taoist Yunting planted the piranha plants in front, planted a few casually, and found that there was no sunlight. Disciple, give me some sunshine. No, no, you can only get sunshine by fighting evil demons. At this time, the sky was surging, and the god and ghost realm strengthened its attack. A large number of regretful monsters rushed over. The piranha plant ate one at a time, but it couldn't eat them all, and was eaten by the monsters instead. Fortunately, Dowdy was very powerful behind and barely held on. A golden light flashed. Congratulations on unlocking the new illustration, Copper Skin Tree, which can be placed in front to resist evil demons, and will use its roots to attack evil demons from underground. Okay. Taoist Yunting spent sunshine to place a copper skin tree in front. The copper skin tree with thick skin and flesh immediately greatly delayed the regretful attack. As they fought, golden light flashed again. The statue told him that he had unlocked a new plant, slime grass, which could be placed at the farthest point to delay the opponent's attack. Yeah. Taoist Yunting gradually got into the groove and soon filled the temple with monsters. But the regretful attack became more fierce. The god and ghost realm devours the realm of the statue according to its instinct. The statue realm is weak and receives less devouring instinct, and vice versa. In other words, the strength and intensity of monster spawning is dynamically balanced with the development of the temple. After all, the god and ghost realm is larger in size, so the higher the Tao, the higher the devil. The luxurious Lanoop that Taoist Yunting had finally put out was overwhelmed in a moment, and he had to shrink back and fight hard. The golden light flashed just right. You can spend sunlight to expand your territory, so as to arrange more plants and strengthen defense. Taoist Yunting was inspired, and thought that this was still possible. He immediately bought a large piece of land and finally maintained the momentum of outward expansion. However, when expanding to the entire street, he would encounter a more powerful remnant body in the next door market area. Even if Dowdy lined up to shoot, he could not kill it. After finally expanding in, he was immediately pushed back to the original place. Master, why don't you take a break and let me try? The eldest brother was itching to play together. But Taoist Yunting just waved his hand, like chasing away flies. Don't bother me, I'll study the position. At this time, the golden light flashed again. Your sunshine has reached 100,000. Do you want to consume it and turn on the hybridization function? Just in time. Under the operation guidance, Taoist Yunting combined the bean brother with the slime grass and hybridized the slowing bean brother. With the support of the slowing bean brother, this time he finally extended the domain to the next door market. In the market, there are more complex environments, more diverse monsters, and occasionally elite monsters and small bosses can be spawned, which suddenly becomes more complicated. Seeing that the master is playing endlessly, Zhao Kangxun can't sit still. Junior brother, can't you open up a new temple? We can't let the master play alone, and we all watch. Well, okay. Chen Jing silently looked at his 1 million sunshine deposit and nodded. The so-called sunshine is actually the domain power that is decomposed by killing the remnant thoughts. Every time the master kills a monster, 50% of the domain power is drawn away by him. Now that I have accumulated 1 million points, I can open another base. Brother, follow me. Chen Jing came to another block and designated a lonely house. The divine power enveloped it, and soon, the second branch temple was built here. Haha, I'll do it. So Zhao Kangxun also successfully played Plants vs. Demons. With two people opening up the divine domain at the same time, the speed of killing monsters increased sharply. 1 million suns were accumulated smoothly, and the second and third temples were opened. Soon, everyone played Plants vs. Demons. With such efficiency, Chen Jing also harvested new monster species again. Sword Immortal Grass, to stars, can cut out a sharp aura like sword energy. Black Shoe, 1 star, each seed contains the power of explosion. Magic Deo Cactus, 3 stars, it is very large, covered with spikes, and rolls to crush the opponent. At the same time as obtaining a new monster species, Chen Jing also immediately updated it. Master's play is very steady. Slime grass slows down, copper trees are in the front, and bean brother is in the back to output. Chen Jing looked at the eldest brother again. The eldest brother's play is very strange. He hybridized a bunch of things with slime grass as the main one. There is not a single plant that can stand up on the field, and the ground is covered with colorful things. I saw a regretful monster stepping in here. The ground cracked, opened its big mouth full of sawtooth, and swallowed it in one gulp, and then disguised itself as a bush. This is slime grass hybridized with a man-eating plant. Then there are slime ground spikes hybridized with cacti, etc. The main play is a trap flow. The second brother here feels very safe. All of them are copper trees that spit beans, copper trees with thorns, and copper trees that can suffocate monsters in one bite. It can be said to be a diversified defense. Look at Sister Yan again. Her field is full of black corn that can explode. From time to time, various plant bombs fly over, which is very lively. Hua Qingsha and Dying Huayan seem to have not found their own fighting style yet. They played in a different way every now and then, which made the people watching their blood pressure soar, but they themselves did not feel that way and enjoyed it. Chen Jing could not help but sigh. Isn't this much better than me practicing the spirit consciousness method and fighting in person? He looked again and found that he had saved 10 million suns. He hurried to find Jin-chan. How is it? Can this god and ghost realm still hold up? Don't let it pass in a short time. Isn't that a good thing? No. I think there are still many ways to play in this god and ghost realm, so there is no rush to absorb it completely. Chen Jing was full of inspiration at this time. Won't the god and ghost realm evolve and grow on its own? Just like a chicken that can lay eggs every day. Why should I rush to eat chicken meat? I can just pick up eggs every day, right? Does it make sense? Of course it does. This is related to the new version update of my spiritual plant cultivation system. Chen Jing still remembered that these monsters could not only be decomposed into seeds, but also decomposed into skills. Although he is now a true disciple and has accumulated a sect, he doesn't look down on these wild gains, but there are many people who do. For example, the spiritual plant cultivators who were promoted from the mortal world. At the same time, the daily life of the spiritual plant cultivators is still too boring. Every day, they either farm or farm. In the long run, it is inevitable that they will become depressed and low-spirited. At this time, all they need to do is let them sleep at night, and they all have a job to immerse themselves in. Wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to play games before going to bed at night? After listening to Chen Jing's description, even though Jin-chan was just an insect, he still expressed his astonishment. Even the demon cultivators have to admit defeat when they see you. What are you talking about? The master and the senior brothers are just trying to be fresh. They will stop playing after a while. By then, all the good empires will be returned. They don't play, and the spiritual plant cultivators don't play either. Can't I play? Otherwise, Jin-chan, you continue to play alone. No, I think what you said just now is right. Let the spiritual plant cultivators play. Jin-chan said hurriedly. Chapter 112 Ceremony Matters. Master, please fill out a questionnaire. Out of 10, how many points do you give for plants versus demons? Master will give you 8 out of 10. Out of 10. 2 points deducted because you dare to order me around. You deserve the punishment. Master was dissatisfied, and as a disciple, he certainly couldn't ignore it. Chen Jing glanced around and lowered his voice. Master, don't tell them. I will quietly transfer 2 million sunshine to your account and open an exclusive monster species for you. 9 points. I deduct 1 point because I'm afraid you will be proud and complacent. Taoist Yunting was satisfied. Chen Jing was also very satisfied. In the future, we will become bigger and stronger, and the slogan will be written like this. Taoist Yunting, the leader of Jushan Peak of Qingnang sect and a powerful man of heaven, strongly recommends the masterpiece with 9 points. I'm afraid that the producer will be proud, so I deducted 1 point. Master, do you have any better suggestions on the matching of spiritual plants? Master suggests that you lower the sunlight consumption. Thank you for your suggestion, Master. The production team will fully consider this suggestion. Senior brother, I see that you have your own unique insights on hybrid plants. What is your evaluation on plant design? Do you have any better suggestions? At this time, Chen Jing's questionnaire came to the senior brother. Senior brother Zhao Kangxuan touched his chin and asked, I'm very satisfied with your plant design, especially the hybridization function, which can realize many of my ideas. I have two suggestions. First, is it possible to perform a secondary hybridization, that is, continue to hybridize the two hybrids? There are currently technical difficulties that cannot be overcome, and they may be updated in subsequent versions. Then secondly, can I use spirit stones to exchange for sunlight? It is too slow to accumulate. Senior brother, you actually had such a sharp and crucial suggestion. Your wisdom is simply the light that illuminates the world. If my senior brother is not born, the whole world will be as dark as a long night. Senior brother, this suggestion must be implemented immediately. By the way, in order to show my admiration for you, I hope you can personally sign up for this function. To show my gratitude, I will give you an exclusive first time recharge doubling discount. Oh, okay, let's take a look. Ding, the sunlight supply function has been enabled. You can spend 98, 198, 328, and 648 spirit stones in exchange for 10 times the amount of sunlight. Ding, this function was proposed by user Zhao Kangxuan. Okay, junior brother, I'll keep the account. I'll give you spiritual stones when I go out. What a strange price. Anyway, 648 for the first time. A large amount of sunshine came into the account immediately. The eldest brother laughed and started to play. The second brother gave a high score of 9 in the questionnaire. In his proposal, Lei Ji expressed the hope that plants could be equipped with weapons. If not, they could also assist with some weapon props. Chen Jing immediately said that he invited Lei Ji to develop a related weapon prop system, including a small cart. Following closely, he came to senior sister Yan. At first, Chen Jing didn't notice that the third sister had also come. Later, he found out that it was a divine thought attached to a little person, but now it showed its original appearance. The grey silver long hair was tied into a side ponytail and placed in front of the senior sister's shoulders. The cuffs were wide and slim cut. The colorful and bright warring state's robe made her figure more graceful. Sister Yan, I noticed that you don't seem to have the desire to expand outward. Have you encountered any difficulties? Junior brother Chen, to be honest, I don't like to go out very much. Can I take a break? I can't bear it. Yan Jinreo's eyebrows were a little tired. Oh, senior sister doesn't like too intense. Chen Jing pondered. I have an inspiration called Zen Garden here. What do you think of it, senior sister? After discussing some casual gamma play, he got the approval of senior sister Yan. The next one was Hua Kingsha. Senior sister Hua, if it really doesn't work, you can consider the recharge system strongly recommended by our senior brother. Oh, what system? Let me see. After watching it, Hua Kingsha immediately said that she was very good and must be good, and strongly condemned the senior brother who sponsored the Krypton Gold column. I hate these rich people the most. Yes, I hate it too. Finally, Chen Jing came to junior sister Rang Huayan. Huayan, I'll give you a chance to evaluate me. How many points are you willing to give out of 10? Why did you let others evaluate the game, but ask me to evaluate you? Don't worry about these details. I will give you some extra help, based on the evaluation. Aang Huayan clenched her fists and looked away. 10 points, mainly for the sunshine. After playing, according to the questionnaire survey, Plant Wars received rave reviews from all aspects, including various praises from him. At the same time, it also received a lot of technical guidance and development funding support. Chen Jing promised to bring more and more fun content as soon as possible. I think junior brother Chen can bring this Plants vs. Demons to the sect ceremony, open a stall in the celebration market, and let more people play. Zhao Kangxuan suggested. I think what the eldest brother said is right. The second brother immediately agreed. Ah, is this okay? Of course, there are similar large-scale activities at the sect ceremony, but it is unique like yours. Zhao Kangxuan affirmed. Finally, as if remembering something, he turned around. Master, what do you think? You guys keep talking, I'm listening. Then let me introduce the general process of the sect ceremony to my junior brothers and sisters. Before Zhao Kangxuan was about to speak, Chen Jing looked at Aang Huayan. Huayin should have been there many times. I haven't been there once. Huayin replied weakly. Every year during the ceremony, the wealthy families would bring their families to Wanjiang Mansion to celebrate the new year, but she was different. She wanted to work hard in the small dark room to produce more talismans. A brief interlude. Zhao Kangxuan continued. The ceremony is not complicated nowadays. The first step is to offer sacrifices to the ancestor, to express gratitude for his many achievements such as suppressing the 10 evils, laying the path, and quelling the rebellion in Suzhou. The ceremony of accepting disciples is also in this step, which will be explained in detail later. The second step is to worship the divine cauldron, which is the most important part of the ceremony of accepting disciples. The true disciple can get at least one mark of the divine cauldron to protect himself, and the divine cauldron will not pay attention to those who have evil intentions. The last step is to pass the 3 levels. This step is just a formality. It's almost enough. Not entirely. In the past, only close relatives were invited to watch the ceremony from the outside, but now the covenant has been signed, and those who come have bad intentions. Yan Zhenrao suddenly interrupted. Junior sister is right. Zhao Kangxuan reacted and nodded repeatedly. After the grand ceremony, we will go to the market. Several large markets will be divided at that time. Anyone with some industry will operate in them. You are the new owner of the Spirit Beast Hall, so you haven't been exposed to this aspect yet. In fact, the Spirit Beast Hall will also hold a beast fighting competition. I will leave it to you to worry about next year. In addition, many elders will also organize some small activities, which are different every year. I see. Chen Jing actually heard about it. After all, it can be regarded as the spring festival here. The Zuanjing you transformed is very good. It can occupy a place in the market, but so far, it is still too simple. Why don't we improve it together? Zhao Kangxuan suggested. That's great. Chen Jing was the first to agree. Then, everyone joined in and decided to take advantage of this time to quickly improve Plant Wars. Today is a good day, but it's a pity that I can't play the monkey. Chapter 113 You don't want to be in a city. Fellow Daoist Shan, how about this market for your Yunshang sector run? Good. Xian Zhengzhan came back to his senses and nodded in approval without even taking a closer look. He had already obtained the qualification to walk out of the restaurant and finally completed the task assigned by the sect and completed the preliminary matters of opening the market. However, the process was completely different from what he imagined. Senior brother Shan, if you get promoted, don't forget our friendship. The fat man in front of him said with a smile. I dare not forget, fellow Daoist Wang, don't worry. In the past, Xian Zhengzhan would not even look at such a mere cultivator in the Yunling realm, but at this moment he did not dare to be presumptuous, and was very respectful. It's a pity for fellow Daoist Killua. By the way, I forgot to ask about your relationship. Boss Wang laughed. No relationship, just fellow disciples. Xian Zhengzhan shook his head again and again. Thinking of that woman, his heart was cold, and he couldn't help but think of being locked up. During the days when they were confined to the restaurant and awaiting trial, the psychological defenses of the two were gradually crushed. On the eve of complete despair, the man who claimed to be Director Wang came to the door. You two, today I come on behalf of peace and justice to discuss with you some things related to your future. In just a moment, Xian Zhengzhan realized what the other party wanted. At the same time, a huge sense of rescue that was about to suffocate, but was lifted up filled his heart. There is still a chance, and it is not the most desperate time yet. What do you want? Although this sentence was also what Xian Zhengzhan was going to say, he held back, but Killua said it again. Stupid woman, idiot, waste. How can the other party lower his posture so easily when he needs help from him? Oh. Fellow Daoist Killua, you asked a good question, but I need to ask you first, what can you give? Boss Wang said with a smile. When Killua was about to answer, Xian Zhengzhan spoke out to stop him. Killua, calm down. Killua also came back to her senses and immediately kept silent. But Boss Wang didn't care. He raised his eyebrows and leaned back slightly. I haven't done these dirty and tiring jobs for Master Chen these days. Are you two going to challenge my expertise? Ha ha ha. Seeing the two of them silent, Boss Wang shook his head and laughed. Okay, I'll stretch my muscles too. Next, you two should separate. I'll talk to you alone. Just one sentence. Kilo and Chen Zhengzong's faces changed. They thought Boss Wang was going to use force. However, before the two of them could communicate quickly, a mirror light separated the two. Fellow Daoist Kilo, I can see that you are actually the one who holds justice and peace in your heart. No figure could be seen, but the voice of the conversation reached Chen Zhengzong. Chen Zhengzong was shocked and shouted, Kilo, don't say anything before you meet me. Don't waste your energy. Boss Wang's voice rang out again. Fellow Daoist Chen, from now on, you can only hear the voices of fellow Daoist Kilo and me, and your voice cannot be heard. Chen Zhengzong was numb for a moment. He looked up suddenly. Just tell me what you want. That stupid woman can't help you at all. Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist Chen, look at you. You're anxious again. Boss Wang answered leisurely. On the other side, he chatted with Kilo with ease. Fellow Daoist Kilo, I heard that you were born in a small family in Yunzhou. It must be very difficult for you to reach your current level at such a young age. Humph. I heard that your Yunzhou is similar to our Suzhou, with sects and nobles governing the state, but the cultivation world in Yunzhou is more prosperous. Even ordinary families often have a cultivator, so there are also major gangs under the nobles. By the way, I happen to be from a gang. Boss Wang looked at Kilo. After saying the word gang, her eyes became deep, with instinctive disgust and hatred. You know a lot. After all, it's not something that is difficult to find out. In fact, it was also Chen Jing who told him. Boss Wang suddenly asked, how many spirit stones did you borrow from the gang? Can you pay it back? You. Fellow Daoist Kilo, don't be so surprised. Without spirit stones, how could you reach the Zuan stage? What you should consider now is whether you can return to the sect after you mess up this matter, and whether you can stand up again if you return. Boss Wang leaned over, and his eyes wandered over her body with aggression. I guess you don't want to fall into the hands of the gang and sell yourself to pay off your debts, right? Kilo's fear since childhood was instantly ignited. If you are not born in the lower class of Yunzhou, you don't know how terrible the gangs there are. Enough. What do you want? How can we, a small landing mansion, restrain you? Since we can't restrain you, what's the point of asking for anything? Boss Wang shook his head and said nothing. At this point, Kilo didn't want to react, but Chen Zhengzong understood. Anning Mansion will put the blame on one of them, and only let one person be punished. And one of them must betray the other. This is a token of allegiance, a handle, and a blatant sign of submission. Kilo obviously can't bear it. She must sell the other party faster before being sold. Otherwise, she will have to go back and sell herself to the gang. Once it comes to that point, it's hard to say whether to sell her, but or go to the battlefield outside the domain. Ridiculous. Chen Zhengzong felt sad that he was controlled by the people of this small place. At the same time, he felt sad. Even if these low-level monks climbed out of the quagmire step by step, they had been tied with layers of dog chains. The things they fought hard to get were divided up layer by layer, and there were only a few left. Others could pull them back to the abyss at any time. And those who really have families and backgrounds will not appear on the front line at all. Why did the sect only send 2 people to open the market? Just look at what they did, and you will know. Kilo's desperate provocation. He was also doing all the hard work. This kind of crappy thing can only be done by disciples without background and talent. After things are almost done, the real princes will appear in beautiful clothes. Kilo and I have different positions. She is responsible for provoking you. If the matter falls on me, the sect will notice the clues. But if it falls on her, no matter what she says, it will be useless. They will only think she is stupid. This is one reason. Although he was sad, he still sold his teammates well. Chen Zhengzong quickly organized his words to prove his superiority as a dog. At the same time, the other party's words also sounded, which made him more urgent. Boss Wang looked at the 2 people's current appearance with mocking eyes, but still smiled. Not enough. Keep talking. Fellow Daoist Chen, why are you stunned again? Boss Wang waved his fat hand in front of him, pulling Chen Zhengzong back from that memory. The final result was naturally that Chen Jing's on kilos unwilling and resentful eyes still made his scalp numb, but no matter what, being able to stand here is better than anything else. Nothing. I just remembered some of the past. Chen Jing forced a smile. Boss Wang said with a smile, you seem to be absent-minded recently. This is not good. Don't dwell on the past. We need to look forward. My master said that in the short term, a large number of cultivators will be developed in Anning Prefecture. It is estimated that within 3 years, at least 500,000 cultivators will be added. Although they are all in the soul condensation stage, they can also provide a very broad market for your sect. The market in Anning Prefecture has a promising future. With our help, you will have a lot of opportunities to make contributions. Thank you, Master Chen, for the promotion. Chen Jing immediately bowed solemnly in the direction of the Chen family. This made Boss Wang a little uneasy. This guy has the qualifications to shake my position as the chief lackey, Chen Jing said, after expressing his loyalty, not knowing that he had been regarded as a potential competitor. The sect got back to me this morning. They didn't seem to doubt that I had done this. They also rewarded me for reporting that a large number of ordinary people had become cultivators and told me a piece of news. Oh, so soon. Yes, the sect plans to open 3 major industries in the market town of Anning Prefecture. Although they didn't go into detail, they asked me to find out information about spirit beast meat in advance. I think they will at least make arrangements in the spiritual food sector. It is expected that they will start a trial business after your ceremony. Okay, wait, I'll go back and report to my master. After receiving the news, Boss Wang left immediately to find Chen Jing. Chen Jing was completing the final debugging of Plant Wars, but he also took the time to meet Boss Wang. After learning the news, he first asked his master, Master, what should we do about the outer sect market in Anning Prefecture? Although we have signed a new alliance with the outer sect, there are many restrictions. We only allow some food, drink, and entertainment items to enter. It's okay for now. That's also letting others plunder our own wool. Chen Jing is very proud of his own position and is already distressed. He asked his master again and learned more about the rhythm and pattern of the Yunshang sect. It is different from the economic war he imagined. The other party usually starts from the middle and upper classes. The means are simple and unpretentious. It's just scrambling for leaks. This leak refers to the wealthy families. The wealthy families are currently neither up nor down. They are in the most comfortable class. Over the years, they have accumulated huge wealth and have great consumption power, but there is no decent consumption channel. Hey, the outer sect saw the opportunity and came to provide consumption channels. Originally, the wealthy families were the leaks of the Qingnang sect. Now the Yunshang sect also wants to scramble for a piece to go home. After all, the Qingnang sect is not a demon sect, and it can't control how the wealthy families spend money. The Yunshang sect has a master chef who is good at cooking, and also has monks who are good at painting and music. Their meal, painting, and performance. Taoist Yunting couldn't help shaking his head. When there was no outer sect market, these wealthy families were extremely extravagant. Not to mention now, Chen Jing was also worried about this. When wealth flows to the outer sect in this way for a long time, the decline of the Qingnang sect is inevitable. However, in the short term, it is actually beneficial to the Qingnang sect, because the Qingnang sect will collect taxes. Originally, the sect had no better way to collect the money hidden in the hands of these wealthy families. After all, they couldn't rob them openly. Now that they have changed to the outer sect that can collect the money and then collect taxes, it has achieved zero cost income. It can be expected that in the next period of time, the finances of the Qingnang sect will usher in a wave of rapid progress. With this extra finance, the treatment of disciples can be greatly improved, and the majority of Qingnang sect monks will further realize that, wow, it is good to change the new sect master. It's a win-win situation. As for the future generations cursing, I'll talk about it later. After listening to Chen Jing's deduction, Taoist Yunting smiled. You are indeed very insightful. However, the current sect master is not so short-sighted. Instead, he hopes that, after receiving this financial support, he can increase the efforts and invest in the sect's own disciple training, magic, and arts. This ceremony will announce that anyone who has a plan for improvement will have a high reward, just like your immortal bean. Afterwards, we will conduct research on some core, inherited magic to break through the bottleneck. Taoist Yunting said. Can we catch up with the outer sect that has developed hundreds or thousands of years faster? Chen Jing said worriedly. Anyway, we can't catch up with them behind closed doors, and we will be pulled further and further behind. Let the new sect master try. Taoist Yunting just said so. I'm suffering from neurasthenia and feel very uncomfortable. There will probably be only one update today. Chapter 114 Wanjiang Mansion. Time flies. Chen Jing always feels that the ceremony will take a long time. Perhaps this thought has always existed, so when the time comes, it gives rise to a sense of unreality. Chen Jing, it's time to get up. Two voices sounded at the same time. Aing Huayan, wearing a white dress, and Hua Qingsha, wearing a red dress, stood on the edge of the bed, one on the left, and one on the right. Maybe the sense of unreality does not come from time, but from the senior and junior sisters calling him to get up together. The game should be tested. It's time to set off. Senior brother called me to call you, and junior sister Huayan. Junior sister Huayan has already prepared, and you slept soundly. I think Huayan should sleep a little longer. Chen Jing casually put the blame on Aing Huayan's head. Aing Huayan was sure that this was not concern. Boarding senior brother's flying boat, riding the clouds to break through the sky, passing thousands of mountains, and soon arrived at the most prosperous place in Suzhou, Wanjiang Mansion. Wanjiang Prefecture is located in the middle of Wanjiang, which spans Suzhou from east to west. Several small water systems connect Suzhou with developed transportation and abundant fishery. At the same time, this is also the second largest plain area in Suzhou. Outside Wanjiang Prefecture, the mountains are continuous, creating a stable climate here, which is comfortable and pleasant. Wanjiang Prefecture, Changchun Prefecture, which is more suitable for farming, and Kainai Prefecture, which is rich in minerals, are collectively known as the top 3 prefectures in Suzhou, with a population of tens of millions. Chen Jing was on the flying boat. With the help of the flying boat's enhancement, his spiritual sense swept across the strange and magnificent rivers in the prosperous world, and he couldn't help but feel emotional. This is a big city. Anning Prefecture is much worse in comparison. Walking to the sky above the city of Wanjiang Prefecture, the sea of clouds is layered and brilliant. Above the sea of clouds, there are clusters of buildings, side by side with the sun and the moon. There is a prosperous world below, and a fairy cave above. This is the Wanjiang Prefecture that Chen Jing saw. The one in front is the current main peak of the Qingnang sect, Wanghe Peak. Let's go. The flying boat slowly approached and slowed down. Chen Jing also saw many cultivators coming in and out, some riding flying spirit beasts, some driving magic tools, and those who had nothing used their own magic power to travel back and forth, but most of them had something to travel with. Among them, the most common one was a kind of paper crane. He suddenly remembered. The paper crane these people were riding was the one that senior sister Hua took out and used last time, and he also had one in his storage bag. The flying boat passed through the gate of the cave and stepped into another world. The flying boat was put away. Everyone landed, and Taoist Yunting did not come with them, only their fellow disciples. The eldest brother said, "Our identity jade cards are universal throughout the peak. If you want to go anywhere, you can search in the jade cards. You can go to the market to find a place to stay. There are temporary caves for rent. Come, 5th junior brother and 6th junior sister, I will give you 50,000 spirit stones each for your expenses for the next few days." Without waiting for the two to be polite, 2 storage magic tools like rings were thrown over. You can stroll around at will today. Whether it is a market in the peak or the market in the prefecture city below, there are many places to play. Just don't delay tomorrow's business. The two thanked him in unison. The eldest brother said, "My current position is quite awkward, and it is inevitable that some people will pay attention to me. It would be troublesome, so I will not take you to the market in person. Junior brother Lei is honest, so he is not suitable. Junior sister Kingsha, you will go with 5th junior brother and 6th junior sister. Okay. After making all the instructions, everyone dispersed. Chen Jing, Huayan, let's go. I'll take you to have some fun. Master is always worried that I'll get cheated when I go out. Now we can finally have some fun. Hua Kingsha was eager to go. No. Chen Jing turned his back and refused firmly. Why? Tell me first. If the people have gone, I'll go. Only if the people have gone. Seeing Chen Jing habitually being abstract again, Hua Kingsha ignored him and dragged them to the market in the city below. The city of Wanjiang Prefecture was much larger than that of Anning Prefecture. The streets were decorated with lights and lanterns, and ordinary vendors and tourists occupied the mainstream. The three of them squeezed into the crowd and blended into the lively atmosphere. Come on, come on, this is the secret book market. There was a large stall surrounded by many people, and Hua Kingsha pulled the two to find a seat to watch the excitement. The incomplete version of the secret book contains all kinds of wonderful methods. It's predestined to get it. The stall owner was an old man in a green shirt with a goatee, shouting loudly. Not long after, a few onlookers walked out. How did you get it? Oh, you are here for the first time, right? My secret book is either written by a great man or records the words of a saint. It is blessed by the great way. Anyone who is destined to read it can comprehend magic. Some people have even comprehended a complete 5th grade magic. 5th grade? The inquirer was immediately excited. What is the 5th grade? Chen Jing asked. The Daozuan crossing Yinshu and Yan Yanhu and Kongshu that I gave you should be around the 2nd grade. Only the wealthy can collect them. The disciples of King Nang sect can generally practice 3rd grade magic. We can try hard to buy some 4th grade magic. As for the 5th grade, only the eldest brother can do it. There are not many in the sect. Isn't that amazing? Of course it's amazing. By the way, I bought your 2 magics here. They are 20% lower than the market price. Hua Kingsha was very proud. Chen Jing was silent. Although you bought 2 2nd grade spells at 80% of the price, you could have easily obtained 3rd grade and 4th grade spells. Sister, listen to my advice. Don't go out alone in the future. If you really can't, call me. Chen Jing said sincerely. Why? Because I want to go shopping with you. Is that so? There's really no other way. Hua Kingsha didn't doubt him. Since we are here, let's buy a few secret books to take home. Who knows, there might be something good. She continued. Eyeing Huayan, who had been short of money since childhood, had a look of resistance in his eyes, and looked at Chen Jing with a slight look of seeking help. Let's buy less. Hua Kingsha enthusiastically pulled the two of them to the stall, and even greeted the stall owner, looking like a familiar customer. Under the recommendation of the stall owner with a goatee, each of them bought a secret book, and a total of 1,000 spirit stones were gone. What comforted Chen Jing was that the senior brother gave him a huge sum of 50,000 spirit stones. He didn't feel bad about it. Instead, he had a guess. In addition to buying them some things to play with, the 50,000 spirit stones were probably also babysitting fees. It seemed that Hua Kingsha was taking care of the 2 new disciples, but in fact, the 2 new disciples were taking care of the old disciples in turn. Let's go. There is another place to have fun. I think it is much more fun than fighting beasts. It is called the Fighting Puppet House. You can summon puppets with magic, and the puppets fight each other. This is my unique skill. The two were dragged to the Fighting Puppet House again. This time Hua Kingsha did not lie. Her puppetry was very powerful and beat the other contestants to pieces. But Chen Jing and Eyeing Huayan were just dragging their feet. Both of them didn't have time to learn puppetry, and no one could beat them. Hua Kingsha dragged 2 people and tried her best to drag them to the quarterfinals. They stopped there. Fortunately, she also earned back the ticket money. Before, I could only fight a team of people by myself. Now I have you. It's much easier. She comforted the ravaged Chen Jing and Eyeing Huayan. Then, the 3 of them went to other stalls together again, enjoying things they had never experienced before. The time for playing is always short. Unconsciously, the night sky illuminated by lights gradually turned white, and the morning sun rose. The paradise hanging in the sky cast thousands of colorful rays of light. The sound of bells and tripods rang out one after another, indicating that the ceremony officially began. Chapter 115. The ceremony begins. The last time, the senior brother said that he would tell us in detail when the time comes, but that was the end of the story. So what should we do? Chen Jing asked. Was this apprenticeship ceremony an interview, a written test, or an internal introduction? Nothing was clear. When he was still an ordinary spiritual plant husband, he only heard that there would be a big scene at that time. Because it was too exaggerated, it had no reference value. The only useful information was that someone was selected, but there was no detail of how he was selected. It was just that everyone looked like they would know when the time came, so he was not in a hurry to ask clearly, especially as a person who had been selected, so he was even less anxious to find out. So now he was still in the dark. Look up. Hua Kingsha pointed to the sky. The rosy clouds that covered the entire sky gradually changed color, gradually outlining the mountains and the people, like a dynamic picture. Suddenly, the sky in the picture was on fire, the sky fire fell, the earth cracked, the houses burned and collapsed, and there was chaos. All kinds of fierce beasts suddenly appeared and wreaked havoc on the world. Chen Jing's eyes widened. Use the entire sky to play animation? At this time, Ding Sheng rang softly. The picture in the sky focused on one person. The bent old man stood up, his eyes full of compassion, questioning the heavens. Why did they bring down so many disasters on the human world? His behavior seemed to have triggered some kind of power, and a peak collapsed, revealing a simple and heavy tripod, with 3 volumes of scriptures beside the tripod. In the past, the ancestor was just an ordinary farmer, but he was favored by the Shenending, and was given 3 volumes of the King Dijining Sutra, learning the way of cultivation, the way of alchemy, and the way of spiritual plants. Later, he founded the Qingnang sect, sealed the 10 evils in the name of saving the world, killed the evil beasts, and then passed on 3 volumes of scriptures, to guide the people, to recuperate and make Suzhou peaceful. Hua Kingsha told this story she had heard since she was a child. The colorful clouds in the sky also evolved like her words, vividly showing everything at that time. Worship the ancestor, bless the people of Suzhou. A voice suddenly resounded through the world. The people around, like rice blown down, bowed in that direction. The non-Suzhou outer sect cultivators also tactfully stayed in the restaurant and other indoor places, not being conspicuous outside. Master Sinning, in the past, our Yan clan divine dynasty was a benefactor to the world. Why did it end up like this? And this so-called Qingnang sect ancestor, who only protected a state, can be protected by the Shi Jiding for thousands of years. In the restaurant, the woman with a black veil looked at the sky with complicated eyes. The way to control the people is quite similar to planting crops. It survives because you give it water and fertilizer, weed and kill insects, and it will repay you with full ears of grain for you to eat. But it will not endlessly provide you with food, just because you give it a drop of water and a handful of fertilizer. The old man in front of him said slowly. The Minister of Agriculture is referring to the excess of demands of our Yan dynasty. I dare not speak rashly about the affairs of the previous dynasty. What I'm talking about is the root of the troubles of the Qingnang sect today. The Qingnang sect has certainly made contributions and graces in ending the chaotic world, but due to its own selfishness, it has ignored the people's wishes and has been self-contained for 1,000 years. As long as there are internal and external troubles, it will definitely not be able to gather the hearts of the people like it did 1,000 years ago. Just tell me how long I have to wait. 10 years at the shortest. The two were silent. With all kinds of emotions, they continued to look at the lively sky outside. At this time, the first step of the ceremony was halfway through, and the worship of the ancestors was completed, in that solemn and grand voice. Then, the sky was full of light rain. If you are touched by the spiritual rain, if you are destined, you can all join our Qingnang sect to participate in the test. The raindrops are not real liquid. Instead, they are pure spiritual power visible to the naked eye. Unlike the eroding spiritual rain, this kind of spiritual rain falling on people can make people's diseases disappear and prolong their life. Everyone was bathed in the spiritual rain, and the cultivators who intended to join the Qingnang sect and were initially recognized by the Qingnang sect would feel a pulling force and slowly rise into the air under the gaze of everyone. Such a fancy trick. Chen Jing was also in the group that took off from the spot. The spiritual rain surrounded him and turned into a flying boat, carrying him into the sky. The spiritual rain beside dying Huayan turned into a spiritual bird, flapping its wings and flying. He looked around. Many people were in the group that took off, thousands of them. Some of them only had a thin spiritual light curtain beside them, while others had obvious spiritual vortices. Only a few people had spiritual visions like himself. The Qingnang sect's method of harvesting the nobles is really simple and unpretentious. On the way to slowly ascending, Chen Jing still had time to think. As an exploiter, the Qingnang sect does not exploit the resources of the wealthy families. At most, it collects some transaction taxes in the market and does not ask the wealthy families to offer anything. But this does not mean that there is no exploitation, because most of the cultivation resources exploited by the wealthy families will eventually be used to cultivate talents. Where did these talents go? Chen Jing knew that these people were right beside him and were flying up. A large number of young disciples from the wealthy families, as well as a small number of young disciples from ordinary cultivation families, with decent qualifications, will spend the rest of their lives in the sect, farming, forging, and starting their ordinary and peaceful lives of cattle and horses. Of course, no matter what the future holds, at least at this moment, bathed in the gazes of millions of people in the city, most of those who look at them are envious. Once, Chen Jing himself was envious and longed to be one of them. Even if you know that joining the sect is still cattle and horses, it doesn't matter. You can be cattle and horses anywhere. At least the cattle and horses in the Qingnang sect are well treated and allowed to fish. As for now, the dream has come true, and it has gone one step further. He has left the ranks of cattle and horses and become a damn boss. His way of thinking has also changed a little, but it is not clear yet and has not become a practical idea. The only thing Chen Jing can be sure of is that he has not forgotten and will not forget what he originally looked like. When we go back, we can hold a similar celebration in Anning Prefecture. There are many people who can only hear about the Qingnang sect ceremony in Wanjiang Prefecture every year and imagine it through the oral narration of others. At this moment, Chen Jing is thinking about going home. The prosperity here will not make him nostalgic, because it does not belong to him. Well, it is definitely not, because the consumption is too high. In a state of random thoughts, this much anticipated disciple taking ceremony has also completed the first step. All the selected people disappeared from the sight of the people on the ground, and the new audience is already the fellow practitioners in the cultivation world. Worship the divine cauldron, the Shenan cauldron, which is famous in the 9 states, and the Shiji cauldron, which is also the symbol of the country in the divine dynasty era, is located on the altar at the end of the road. The disciples looked around for a while and then followed the instructions. Chen Jing found that his designated disciples were all walking in the front. He frowned, slowed down his pace, and fell behind the disciples. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116 Shenending, I don't have a drop left. The masters of the various peaks, either in person or incarnated, all looked at the disciples who were climbing up. On both sides were the elders of each peak, teaching in person. In another corner, monks from other sects were watching the ceremony. If our Yunshang sect had the help of the Supreme Treasure, why couldn't we rule the 9 provinces? A group of monks wearing cloud patterned clothing, most of them looked at the Shenending eagerly. Unfortunately, the Supreme Treasure depends on fate and is difficult to force. Although the Supreme Treasure is good, our sect has come to this point without the Supreme Treasure. On the contrary, the Qingnang sect, which has the Supreme Treasure, has been living in a corner for thousands of years. A black-robed elder of the Yunshang sect was quite disdainful. Everyone talked about it, and their evaluations were different. The new disciples of the Qingnang sect also came to the Supreme Treasure one after another, offering incense and paying homage. After each disciple paid homage, the Shenending emitted a faint wave, forming a brand that remained on the disciple. The divine cauldron will leave 3 kinds of marks. Most disciples will receive the Changchen seal, which will last for 3 years. During this period, they will be able to get along with plants and trees, dissolve poison, and heal themselves. The black-robed elder of the Yunshang sect explained to the disciples of his own sect. In addition to this, it is the personal inheritance, which is the Sheneng seal. In addition to the above effects, it can also extend one's lifespan by 60 years. The Changchen seal is not worth mentioning, and the Sheneng seal is worth seeing. It can actually extend one's lifespan by 60 years. The disciples in the back couldn't help but exclaimed. The ability of the immortals today to extend their lives is far inferior to that of the ancient immortals, so the value of the things that extend their lives is even greater than in the past. They didn't expect that just a mark could extend a person's lifespan by 60 years. Elder, didn't you say there are 3 kinds of marks? The third one is the Changsheng seal. Only the ancestor of the Qingnang sect got it back then, and no one knows what it does. As the black-robed elder of the Yunshang sect explained, the new disciples of the Qingnang sect were blessed by the divine cauldron one after another. Bless the divine cauldron, bless the divine cauldron. While silently chanting these words, one disciple after another stepped forward, and then their expressions changed. Eternal spring seal. Me too. What about senior brother Liu? It seems that I'm not some hidden talent. Look at the people in front. Their joy is overflowing. Obviously they have obtained the Sheneng seal. With the Sheneng seal, there is hope for the true teaching. In addition to the internal appointment of Chen Jing, the main thing for the true teaching is the selection of the treasure at this time. The treasure will select people with good character and qualifications, and give them different levels of blessings. Of course, it is not that those who have the Sheneng seal must be the true teaching. Just talking about the definition of good or bad character, people themselves can't figure it out. Seeing that everyone has successfully received the blessing, Chen Jing also stepped forward to offer incense. The incense rose. The mysterious power permeated every corner of the space. In a trance, it seemed that I saw a more three-dimensional divine cauldron, standing at the end of Tao and reason, interpreting all things. The divine cauldron shook slightly, and its great divine power turned into blessings, pouring in like a meteor. Suddenly, the sound of flipping books was heard. The Dao essence is obtained. The secondary hybridization function is being improved, currently 5%. The Dao essence of blessing was intercepted on the spot. Chen Jing blinked. Hybrid book, what are you doing? The divine cauldron was also slightly silent. Boom, then, another magnificent blessing fell, and a strong Dao wave appeared and descended around Chen Jing. The hybrid book unfolded, and took this blessing again without hesitation. Current progress 25%. Boom, the divine cauldron soared into the air in front of everyone, and many disciples retreated in unison, leaving only Chen Jing standing in the center. The overwhelming blessing Dao essence poured down like a flood. Progress 26%, 27%, 28%. The progress bar rose rapidly. Chen Jing was sitting on pins and needles in the stunned and shocked eyes of everyone. What happened? Who is this person who was blessed by the divine cauldron? I thought I had received two Sheneng seals, which was already a great favor, but now I know that there is such a blessing. Could it be the legendary immortality seal of the patriarch? The disciples were discussing. The current leader of the Qingnang sect and the masters of the major peaks all looked at Taoist Yunting. Brother, who is this disciple of yours? This boy has a lot in common with the patriarch's way. Maybe the divine cauldron remembered the old friendship and gave him more. It's not the immortality seal. Why are you making a fuss? Taoist Yunting had a lot of experience of strolling around with big fish in the eyes of the crowd. At this time, everyone was shocked. Only he was still calm. Everyone was silent and could only nod. Of course, they were still uneasy in their hearts. At this time, although Chen Jing's gains were not at the level of immortality seal, the amount was more than 10 Sheneng seals, which could be said to be favored. The divine light gradually dimmed. After the hybrid book reached 90% of the progress, the divine cauldron finally stopped blessing. Chen Jing was a little nervous. The opinions of outsiders were secondary, because the real big daddy in the entire Susao was none other than Sheneng Ding, and his attitude could determine everything. But the hybrid book was good. It came up and started eating, and left when it was full, eating and taking without any hesitation. Seeing that Sheneng Ding was no longer moving, Chen Jing hesitated for a moment, and then went up to offer another stick of incense. The book is full. What about me? Swish, the spiritual charm flew over, leaving the Sheneng seal on Chen Jing, accompanied by an angry divine thought. No more. Not a drop left. Get out of here. Thank you, Chen Jing. Chen Jing stepped down quickly and stood at the other end. However, even after stepping down, he was still the focus of the crowd. For an introverted farmer, this was an unbearable burden. But he soon thought that as a true disciple, he was equivalent to a director with shares, and his mentality changed immediately. He smiled and nodded at those who looked at him. All of you young heroes are the pillars of our King Nang sect. The second stage ended quickly. The next step was the final stage of the formality. An elder walked out in public. Please climb the Balian Peak. Balian Peak is the last test, which is covered with thorns and obstacles and various tests. In fact, this test only looks like one thing, mainly for the sense of ritual. In fact, it will not eliminate anyone. The first step of the real elimination stage is over. However, the test cannot be underestimated, because the speed of passing the test reflects the basic level of each person who accepts the test. The 12 peaks of the King Nang sect, where to stay, depends on the current performance. For Chen Jing, who is a pre-selected true disciple, if he is still not as good as an ordinary disciple, it is a shame, and it will also cause shame to the people of his own peak. Therefore, the pre-selected person has actually lived a personal life for a while to avoid embarrassing situations. In addition, Chen Jing has higher requirements for himself. He was forced to be in the limelight before, so he could not keep a low profile anymore. He might as well keep a high profile. There was a reason for his high profile. He had not forgotten that he would set up a stall to sell Plant Wars later. As a time traveler, traffic monetization is a basic operation. Chapter 117, Across the Abyss. Following the instructions, the group came to the foot of Balian Peak. To their surprise, what lay before them was a cliff abyss that surrounded the entire Balian Peak, spanning more than 10 feet, and with an unfathomable depth. On the edge of the cliff, there were a large number of strange root vines. The group stopped at the edge of the cliff. Then dozens of people drove the escape light and crossed over. The dozens of escape lights suddenly lost control and fell down when they reached the mid-air of the cliff abyss, making a scream of RRR. Can't fly over? Chen Jing realized the characteristics of this place, and then slightly expanded the domain. In the domain, tree roots quickly swept over, entangled the people who fell into the abyss, and pulled them up. Watch your feet, he said. The people who were rescued thanked him one after another, and were deeply moved. Although they knew that they would not die if they fell down, and it was not a particularly harsh competition, it was completely unexpected to get help. At this time, the elder appeared from the other side and said, the first level is to cross the abyss. You cannot use magic power to fly here, and flying magic tools are also forbidden. If you fall down, you have to use your hands and feet to slowly climb up. You guys are lucky. The last part was said by the elder to the people who were rescued. May I ask the elder, can you give me a hint on how to get across? Chen Jing seized the opportunity, and was the first to ask. Do you see the vines on the edge of the cliff? Use spiritual power to catalyze them, and they can grow and extend to the other side. These vines are different. Some like spiritual power of different attributes, and some are strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It all depends on you to distinguish them. Okay, the hints stop here. After the elder said this, he turned and left. Everyone immediately began to try, each finding a vine, and catalyzing it with spiritual power. Chen Jing chose to observe. I saw that the catalyzed vines grew at an astonishing speed, and ignored Newton's first law, crossing the other side. For a while, all kinds of vine bridges were everywhere. The fastest person had built half of the vine bridge in just a short moment. However, most people chose vines that were half dead, and their faces turned red, but they didn't grow more than a few meters. Suddenly, there was a sound. The man who had built half of the vine bridge immediately stepped onto the half vine bridge, then stepped heavily, and jumped up. With a nimble body, he jumped over the last 10 meters. The short-haired young man who jumped over looked at Chen Jing at the first time, raised his head, and showed a proud look. After seeing this, Chen Jing immediately put on the smile of an old leader, nodded to him, and looked approving. Young man, not bad. It was obviously a provocation, but he got this completely unexpected response. The short-haired young man was stunned, and then he was angry. You look down on me? Wait. Don't even think about catching up with me. He didn't care about the back, and continued to climb up. At this time, Aang Huayin walked to Chen Jing and asked, aren't you going over first? With Chen Jing's strength of the middle stage of Zuanayan and perfect vision, he could jump over directly even without flying with magic power, so she asked this question. Don't worry, I'll wait for the people. No, I'll wait for other disciples to go over first, Chen Jing said. But Huayin, you can go over and help me see the situation behind. Okay. Aang Huayin nodded and casually gave birth to a vine grass, which barely extended a quarter, but she didn't care. She threw out several talismans and formed an ice mirror. She walked lightly, tapped the mirror with her toes, and floated over in a white dress. The next people showed their magical powers and used various means to cross the abyss. But this time, there were more than thousands of disciples recruited, and there were always some who had no means and were trapped here. And most of these people, like Chen Jing, came from small families. Even if they had a small fortune, they had no time to invest in magic and so on, so they sighed at the abyss. Everyone, since you can't get through, why don't you cooperate? Chen Jing said loudly at this time. Everyone was slightly stunned. One person can't make the vine grow better than two people together, but after all, there is also a speed factor involved, and almost no one has considered this method. Anyway, everyone who should get through has gotten through, and we won't get a good evaluation, so why not go through together earlier? Chen Jing said again. Then, regardless of their response, he walked directly to the side of a delicate and plain-looking female monk in front of him, bent down and stretched out his hand, and placed it on the vine she was trying to grow. The next moment, the vine that was growing with difficulty seemed to grow 10 times faster, and reach the other side at an astonishing speed. Go. Chen Jing smiled. The delicate female monk looked up blankly, watching his back as he walked to another place, her eyes flickering. He continued to come to another monk, a skinny young man with rough skin. The young man's speed of inducing birth was also slower than that of ordinary people, and he was sweating profusely in anxiety. Junior brother, what are your 5 internal organs? How come the vines are almost killed by your spiritual power? Chen Jing took a look and was greatly surprised. Corrosion, desertification, explosion. The skinny young man lowered his head and choked up. My 5 internal organs are mixed and pieced together. Although I'm good at fighting, it is difficult for me to give birth to spiritual plants. It's difficult. Let me help you. Chen Jing also lent a hand and helped him build the vine bridge. After helping others, he left with his hands behind his back. Hearing a voice from behind, brother, may I ask your name? He didn't even turn his head, leaving only one sentence. Plants vs. Demons will be officially opened in major markets in 3 days. All new junior brothers and sisters will enjoy a 10-day free trial. I look forward to meeting you. As Chen Jing took the initiative to take the lead in helping, many people did not choose to leave after getting help, but chose to help others build the vine bridge like Chen Jing. Soon, everyone passed the first level smoothly. After confirming that no one was left behind, Chen Jing slowly crossed the abyss last. The top of Balian Peak. Brother Yunting. The current sect master Zukayan's Han turned around and said seriously, why don't you consider it again? Chen Jing should become my disciple. I will train him carefully. Taoist Yunting widened his eyes and pointed at Zukayan's Han. You bastard. You want to steal my position as sect master and my beloved disciple. Don't even think about it. The other peak masters covered their faces. Yunting, please keep your voice down. There are so many people watching. That's why I have to shout loudly, because there are so many people watching. Otherwise, anyone can steal the throne from me. What do you mean by stealing? It's just a new disciple. That's right. How can we lose the face and dignity of our King Nang sect because of this? The peak masters said one after another. Taoist Yunting blew his beard and glared, snorting, I don't care about anything else you say, but my disciple is not ordinary. Don't even think about it. The peak masters were immediately confused. In fact, snatching disciples is a classic program that happens every year, mostly as a joke, but Taoist Yunting's reaction is indeed different from the past, and he attaches special importance to it. Because of the blessing of Chen Jing, that is far beyond the ordinary, the peak masters pondered and continued to observe with interest. Chapter 118 Advertising and Communications. The first level of the broken abyss is just a test of the disciple's spiritual power. If you don't care about the time factor, even the most incompatible spiritual plants can be stimulated to form a vine bridge and finally pass through. The secondary test is the understanding of spiritual plants. The vines and grasses seem to be the same, but in fact everyone has their own preferences. After all, the spiritual plants of the Qingnang sect are the basis, which is considered to be a heritage craft, and there will be some extra points in this regard. Apart from these 2 points, the rest depends on each person's ability. If you have to talk about the third point, this level also tests the character. After those disciples with extraordinary family backgrounds or deep blessings pass first, the disciples who stay behind will feel anxious and lose their composure. The more anxious you are, the harder it is to stimulate the growth of vines. However, Chen Jing's performance made the part of testing the character completely useless. He raised the average score of the first level of this year's introductory disciples by his own strength. When Chen Jing came to the second level, he found that everyone was trapped on a stream winding around the mountainside. He went straight to the stream and waited for the echo for a long time. Huayan, what about this level? This level also does not allow you to use magic power or magic tools to fly into the air. You can only stand on the lotus leaf and cross the water with the lotus leaf. But there are puppets under the water, which will attack people crossing the water. After falling into the water, they will be washed back by the stream. As he said this, dozens of people were washed from the upper reaches of the stream to the front. They struggled in the turbulent water all the way, unable to control themselves. Chen Jing asked, is it a test of fighting magic? No, it's a test of spiritual awareness. Use spiritual awareness to detect the location of the puppet. Use magic power to hit it in advance, and the puppet will sink back into the water. Huayan answered concisely. I understand. Huayan, you go up first. Chen Jing nodded. What about you? You can still catch up if you fall behind by 1 level, but if you fall behind by 2 levels, you will definitely miss the first place. Huayan did not rush to leave, but raised a question. Huayan, do you know what advertising is? Publicize it? How smart. Chen Jing praised and continued to explain. Being the first place certainly has an advertising effect, but it's not enough. For example, there is a crooked tree on Coal Hill. This statement is mediocre. It's better to say that there is a crooked tree on Coal Hill that hanged a generation of emperors. Oh. Huayan's reaction was flat, but her eyes stared at him motionlessly, full of curiosity. Every year there is a first place. It's no longer surprising, and it's not enough for people to advertise it. But an interesting last place, compared with an ordinary first place, should be more interesting. Even after this year, people can talk about it for a long time. In short, he chose a style with the most bullet comments. Huayan nodded and said, I thought you wanted to help those ordinary disciples. What did you say? She seemed to murmur something at the end, but Chen Jing didn't hear it clearly, and Huayan didn't say anything else. She just looked at him with clear eyes, and didn't mention it again. What are you going to do in this level? She turned to ask. Do what you did in the last level, but you have to wait a while. Let those who are capable of crossing the river first, and I will help the disciples behind you to cross the river last. Although Chen Jing is capable, he will help everyone cross the river now. But this is a bit unfair to those disciples at the middle level. After all, the lower level is lifted to the middle level, making them also become the lower level. To increase traffic, it should be done without affecting the rhythm of normal people. This is a basic virtue. Echo, you go first, I will come later. Then I will wait for you. Huayan nodded, and then stepped on a green lotus leaf about 10 feet long. The lotus leaf ignored the turbulent stream, went upstream, and carried her forward. Suddenly, a puppet with moss on its head emerged from the stream and attacked the lotus leaf under her feet. But before that, a magic power bombarded its forehead, causing the puppet to sink to the bottom of the water. This level is a bit difficult for cultivators who are at the second level and still in the Tankyo period. After the Zuanayan period, the spiritual consciousness turns into divine consciousness, and the ability to detect the surrounding environment is greatly improved, and the difficulty is greatly reduced. Aang Huayan looked back until they disappeared from her sight. She went forward smoothly all the way. Suddenly, she looked up and saw two monks, one fat and one thin, in front of her, who were suddenly attacked by a puppet. The puppet disguised itself as a rock in the river, surrounded by lush water and grass, and integrated with the environment. When the two were crossing, it suddenly stood up and attacked, unexpectedly. The fat monk who was attacked had no time to react. At this moment, the thin monk behind him reacted instead, and shot out a spiritual power to knock down the puppet. "Thank you very much." The fat monk who was safe turned around and thanked him repeatedly. The monk who helped nodded. He was thin and had rough skin. He was the one who was helped by Chen Jing. He suddenly said, "I'm helping you because a senior brother also helped me in the last level. Although I didn't find out his name, he said that he would open a stall in the market in 3 days, called Plants vs. Demons." Oh. The fat monk didn't react for a while and said subconsciously, "To think there is such a noble brother, I will definitely support him in the future." I thought so too. That senior brother is none other than the one who received a lot of blessings from the god cauldron when offering sacrifices to the god cauldron. So it was that person. The two of them started chatting casually. They exchanged names and addresses with each other and talked about a few interesting things in their practice. Among them, the fat monk was quite knowledgeable about the way of spiritual cooking, while the skinny monk was good at fighting. However, chatting naturally distracted their attention from the surrounding environment. In a moment of carelessness, the two were overturned by the puppet and fell into the water. The stream had some kind of magic, and the two people were unable to control themselves and could only watch themselves return to the starting point. Aang Huayan was watching the whole process from behind, with a smile in his eyes. At this time, a voice came from behind. "Dao Ao in front, do you want to go together? I'm very close to the end before, and I'm familiar with the road conditions." A young monk dressed in brocade looked at Aang Huayan's cold and independent appearance with eager eyes and couldn't help but approach to talk to him. "No need." Aang Huayan shook his head. After being rejected, the young monk was a little discouraged, but unwilling to give up, and subconsciously talked about some related things to enhance persuasion. "Dao Ao, you may not know that in the first level, the fellow who received many blessings from the Shenending helped a lot of people later. I was very encouraged when I learned about it. I think that among our fellows, we should help each other like this. I don't mean anything else." He really had nothing to say and kept chatting awkwardly. But suddenly he found that the cold female cultivator who made his heartbeat seemed to be listening, and he was immediately encouraged, and the topic shifted to this direction. While listening to the description of this strange fellow disciple, Aang Huayan had a better understanding of what Chen Jing had said. When two monks chat, most people would choose to talk about something that happened recently. Then, insert the information that they want to publicize in this well-known and worth talking about thing. She suddenly asked, as if she had realized something. "Do you know Plants vs. Demons? Chapter 199 going to be famous." Balian Peak, before the third level. Xiao Zunfeng arrived here early and led the way. In the first level, there were still elders who came forward to remind them of the rules. From the second level on, it was all up to the trialists to figure it out. In addition, there were many disgusting disguised puppets in the second level, and even Zuanayan monks with divine awareness could hardly detect them with a rough glance. This means that the trialists who arrived at the second level early can find out the rules and roads in advance, and then win precious time for the third level. Sure enough, no one can catch up with me. Xiao Zunfeng went ashore and looked back. No one followed him. This made him very satisfied. As long as the third level did not go wrong, he would definitely win the first place in this trial. As a descendant of the Xiao family, a wealthy family in Wanjiang Prefecture, he knew more inside information. This time's ceremony was different from the past. Not only did there be more direct disciples, but there were also more foreigners watching the ceremony. According to news, in addition to the original Balian Peak trial, it is very likely that a session of competing with foreign monks will be added. There is no doubt that this grand ceremony is of great value. People's hearts are destiny. If I win the championship first and then defeat the outer sect disciples, I will surely achieve my reputation and add some destiny. When Zhao Zhenfeng thought of this, he couldn't help but think of the person who stole the show in the worship of the divine tripod. Only this guy didn't play by the rules and took a big lead at the beginning, which made him alert. But now it seems that he was worried too much. That guy has not even been seen so far. Don't be careless, keep working hard until you reach the top first. Zhao Zhenfeng adjusted his mentality and walked towards the final third level with an invincible and fearless pace. Then, one after another, people passed the second level and arrived here. Finally, it was accomplished. It was very difficult. Fortunately, my spiritual awareness is sharp, otherwise it would have almost overturned. This group of people fell behind by a little, and after a short rest, they devoted themselves to the research of the third level. Then, a large number of cultivators of the middle level arrived here. Their spiritual awareness is not bad, and they can pass the test after failing 3 or 4 times at most. After that, some people who are not good at spiritual awareness will not be able to pass without failing 8 or 10 times. Everyone began to study the third level. The third level is the Ice Peak Mirror Shadow, with many ice mirrors arranged horizontally in front. Some very common spells are engraved on the ice mirrors, most of which are subdivided variants of the 5 elements spells, such as the object control spell and the water control spell. The grade is not even the first grade, and can only be called a trick. The method of running and releasing the spell is directly engraved on it. They found that, as long as they cast the corresponding spell at the ice mirror, the iceberg will become transparent for a short time, and people can pass through it directly. This test tests the spells. The more spells you know, the faster you will pass the level. If you don't know much, but have good comprehension, you can also pass the level quickly. Everyone immediately stopped in front of the ice peak and began to study the tricks engraved on the ice mirror. The spells engraved on the outermost ice mirror were all very simple. Soon, except for Aang Huayan who was waiting deliberately, no one else came. Aang Huayan didn't have to wait too long. Soon, a fleet went upstream. A group of monks came here in an orderly manner. If there was a sneak attack by puppets on the way, they would be shot down immediately by the monks. Originally, the puppets of the whole river ambushed the challengers who were alone, but now, every puppet has to face a group of challengers. The elder who operated the puppets behind the scenes laughed when he saw this outrageous scene. Okay, you pass the level like this, right? You like to help your fellow disciples, then I will test you alone. The monk fleet landed one by one, and Chen Jing was at the end. Suddenly, under the water, puppets rushed towards Chen Jing one after another without caring about their lives. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and the small lotus leaf swayed left and right on the turbulent water. Chen Jing swept his spiritual sense and saw the densely packed puppets all coming towards him, and his heart skipped a beat. Dark curtain, dark curtain. His spiritual sense had been covering the area, so it was impossible for him not to notice these puppets. It could only be that his perception was blocked by a stronger spiritual sense, and he discovered them at the last second, when he was surrounded. Then, he was delighted. 4 big red and bold words were printed in his mind. I'm going to get angry. You guys go. Chen Jing didn't forget to shout professionally, and then the majestic magic power spread out, repelling the puppets that rushed towards him. The people on the shore only then noticed the shocking change. Not good. Senior brother is being targeted. Help. They stood on the shore and also attacked the puppets in the water. For a moment, hundreds of spiritual powers turned into rainbow lights and fell beside him, bombarding him like a carpet. Chen Jing was just about to show his skills, but he never expected that after just a slight move, he would have sufficient long-range support to sweep away all the puppets. Even so, no one stopped, and they kept urging their spiritual power to attack the water surface, paving the way for him completely. The elder who was controlling the puppet, sensing this scene, could not help but stand there in a daze. How could this be? At the same time, the masters of the peaks on the mountaintops were also dumbfounded and speechless. Since when The test of Balian Peak can be played like this. Who taught him to pass the level like this? It's really unprecedented. Before the third level, Chen Jing learned the rules from Ying Huayan and walked forward. Since the cultivators who passed the level before entered early, we don't know the progress, so let's start immediately. You can do it as usual. Those who are confident can go alone, and those who are not confident can form 3 or 5 teams and enter together. I will catch up with you in the end. Brother is noble. What noble or not noble, we are at the bottom anyway, so why not let you enter happily, and don't forget my plants versus evil demons in the future, Chen Jing said. Because it had been organized once, it was smooth to organize now. Everyone started to solve the problem in a mighty manner, breaking through the heavy ice peaks, and moving forward unstoppably. On the way, they met many monks who were still solving the level. When they saw that the latecomers actually formed a team to break through the level, they thought it was cheating at first, and were very angry, but soon joined in, and said it was really delicious. On the way, Chen Jing's actions were also thoroughly spread. Many monks had different ideas about him. Some thought he was sensational and destroyed traditions. Some thought he was kind and gentle, and were grateful. There were also those who felt nothing in their hearts, and at most thought it was quite interesting. Chen Jing didn't have any opinion on these comments. He cared about the comments themselves. When these people had to participate in his evaluation, it was hard not to notice his plant war. Traffic is traffic, and who cares what type of traffic it is? During the busiest period of the year in Wanjiang Prefecture, even if you take a small bite of the traffic, it is more contribution points than you can earn from planting for half a year. As long as you don't do anything against human nature, why not do it? Chapter 120, Freedom in People's Hearts. As an important part of the Qingnang sect's grand ceremony, Balian Peak has been expanded by successive sect masters and elders, and its content is very rich. Its vast mountain landforms are all carefully shaped by advanced magic. The mountain is connected with complex and profound formations to support the trial content with different rules. Just saying this, it may be difficult to appreciate the difference of Balian Peak. Let's put it another way. Balian Peak has gone through 500 years from the establishment of the project to the present. It has undergone 3 large-scale expansions, with a total cost of about 1.7 billion spirit stones. In addition to the construction costs, this peak requires 2 permanent elders in the Shenzhen period and more than 200 disciples to carry out related maintenance. The total maintenance costs are about 20 million spirit stones per year. The lower part of the mountainside belongs to the trial site, and the top of the mountain belongs to the stands. In the center is a very wide and flat dojo, leaving enough space, and surrounding the site are palaces for people to rest. There is a spirit gathering array in the palace, which has excellent feng shui and abundant spiritual energy. It is also equipped with water mirror spells, which are projected at all times, to show the performance progress of the trialists. Except for the sect master, peak master and envoys from other sects who are all in the semi-open main hall. Other branch halls are provided to disciples, and are also open to outsiders. Of course, they are not free. Each branch hall starts renting on the 3rd day, and the rent starts at 10,000 spirit stones. After all, it is a large-scale event once a year, and most of the thousands of halls can be rented out smoothly. Although 10,000 spirit stones are not a lot, it doesn't matter. You can pool them together. Those who have money can pool together 3 or 5, and those who don't have money can also sign up for a group of 30 people, which is affordable. As one of the tenants, Zhao Kangxuan was in a very bad mood at the moment. He was quite dissatisfied with the current management of Balian Peak, because he rented a branch hall alone, but someone disturbed his peace. The person who came was not someone else, but the one he didn't want to see, the current sect master's personal disciple, Zhao Qian. Brother Zhao, why are you avoiding people? Zhao Qian knocked on the door of the hall with a warm smile. Huh? What do you mean by avoiding? Who am I avoiding? Who do I have to see? Zhao Kangxuan didn't want to pay more attention, but there were too many complaints. He immediately opened the door, grabbed Zhao Qian's shoulders, and pulled him in, to prepare for a meeting. He had to make things clear. Zhao Qian stepped into the door, and waved his hand, choking Zhao Kangxuan with one sentence. It's my junior brother who said something wrong. Fuck you. Zhao Kangxuan failed to hold the meeting, snorted, and said, "Now that you are the true disciple of the sect master, why don't you make good friends with everyone inside and outside, and come all the way to find me? I haven't seen senior brother Zhao, I just came to see him. You've seen it. Why don't I go and see this newcomer with senior brother?" Zhao Qian obviously had no intention of leaving. While talking, he walked around Zhao Kangxuan and found a place to sit down. "Brother Zhao, who do you think will be the first this time? Except for my junior brother and sister, I don't know the others. How dare you ask me? At this time, the best person in Jibingfeng is a child of my clan. His name is Zhao Zunfeng. He is close to me by blood. Thinking of our past relatives, I taught him a thing or two when he was young. I never thought that he would do well in this trial." Oh. Zhao Kangxuan looked back at the water mirror, which clearly reflected the various parts of the level. Among them, Zhao Zunfeng's performance was indeed outstanding, standing out among the test takers. Although the Zhao family is a wealthy family, the children of wealthy families account for more than half of them. With this result, it can only be said that their talents and backgrounds are outstanding enough. Not bad. Zhao Kangxuan expressed his approval. "As far as I know, your new junior brother Chen Jing from Jushan Peak is now at the bottom." Zhao Qian suddenly said, "My junior brother is a saint, and now his vision is complete. With the blessing of the Holy Way, his magic power is amazing. If he really wants to take the first place, your clansmen will have no chance." Speaking of Chen Jing, Zhao Kangxuan immediately expressed, "That's why I have this trip. Since junior brother Chen Jing has extraordinary talent, why don't you climb up and compete to show your talent? Do you look down on the sect's first place? Why do you want to compete?" Junior brother Chen Jing brought his fellow disciples who are not as capable as him, so how can you look down on him? Zhao Kangxuan asked back. "The end of Balian Peak is here, and the rules of Qingnang sect are also here. When did they put the blame on those lagging fellow disciples?" Junior brother Chen Jing ignored the road ahead and only cared about other places. Is this ignorance of the general situation taught by Jushan Peak? "Oh, I just became the true disciple of the sect master for a few days, and I don't want to cause trouble. You are so persistent that you actually come to my door to talk about the rules." Seeing Zhao Qian's word by word, Zhao Kangxuan was angry and stood up to stare at Zhao Qian with a bad look. The two of them confronted each other. Zhao Qian was like a deep pool, piercing and cold. Zhao Kangxuan was like a dragon about to wreak havoc, with his claws and teeth open, and electricity in the void. Just at this moment, in the reflection of the water mirror, the layers of barriers in the last level were also unlocked layer by layer. With the sound of the ritual instrument, it spread to Balian Peak. Under the gaze of people from Balian Peak, Zhao Zunfeng was the first to break through all obstacles, and won the first place in this race. Zhao Qian's momentum suppressed Zhao Kangxuan. He stood up and spoke in a gentle tone, like the rising water, silently covering everything. "Brother Zhao, I'm not here to talk to you about the rules, but I want to tell you in advance that after the ceremony, the master will gradually adjust all aspects of the sect. More of your disciples from Jushan Peak will be sent to the battlefield outside the domain. Moreover, the sect is about to implement a new disciple training policy, and there are very few candidates for Jushan Peak disciples." Zhao Kangxuan immediately understood that what Zhao Qian said before was not referring to Chen Jing, but to himself. The end of Balian Peak is here, and the rules of Qingnang sect are also here. Taoist Yunting's life is about to end. After he sits and passes away, the cave will be inherited by Zhao Kangxuan, who will become the next cave realm powerhouse and the master of Jushan Peak. This time I came here privately to remind him to follow the big team and not ignore the overall situation. Many thoughts flashed through Zhao Kangxuan's mind. Now there are 3 factions and 2 voices in the Qingnang sect. In addition to the neutral faction, the 2 voices represent 2 directions. The first faction is led by Taoist Yunting, representing the conservative faction that once dominated. They hope to break the leading position of the surrounding external sects through their own efforts, so they refuse unequal exchanges. It is not that they refuse to communicate with the outside world, but that they refuse unequal exchanges. However, since they are leading in Taoism, why should they communicate with you on an equal footing? After a long period of persistence, the Qingnang sect gradually became rigid. Not only did they fail to break the deadlock, but they became more rigid in the deadlock. The other is a radical faction led by Wang Haifeng. They intend to take advantage of the situation, accept unequal exchanges, and exchange faster progress at a huge price. They also treat the internal rigidity by introducing external forces. This is a suicidal behavior, but the previous one is a waiting behavior. No matter which behavior has its rationality and limitations, who is better or worse, perhaps only time will tell. For those who are in it, there is only one thing to consider. Who will pay the price? The radicals want to pay a huge price in exchange for progress, and this price will not be paid by their own faction. The conservatives must be used as a price, and then the neutrals. Only when there are no more multiple voices inside, the sect can be considered to have completed its transformation. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the sect cannot be reconciled under the surging contradictions within, and the internal consumption will lead to collapse. Zhao Qian knows this, so he wants to persuade Zhao Kangxun, the next generation leader of the conservative faction. Even if he can't persuade him, at least he can give you a shot of prevention, telling you that this is the rule, and the board will be hit in a while. Don't be too radical. For the sake of the overall situation, be patient. Similarly, Zhao Qian himself does not take this shot seriously. His deep eyes at this moment are always observing Zhao Kangxuan's every reaction. He needs to find out Zhao Kangxuan's true attitude so that he can make plans early. This is not the first time, nor the last time. It will not stop until he is completely relieved. Zhao Kangxuan is very tired. Being placed in the position of the successor of the faction leader, no matter what his personality is, he should understand a lot. He also knew that his every word and action would be observed by those who care about him. Once the wrong signal is released, it will lead to an internal conflict. He can't say nothing, otherwise the supporters of his faction will be dissatisfied, but he can't say too much and cause trouble. So after arriving at Wanjiang Mansion, he didn't dare to take Chen Jing and Ying Huayan to visit the market, nor did he dare to walk around in public. Even so, he rented a palace to watch the ceremony alone, and was greeted by people. Because Chen Jing is making trouble. Chen Jing is making trouble. Does Jushan Peak have any objection? Does the conservative faction have any objection? How big is the objection? When did they fight and bleed? The more people with interests, the more they will think and interpret, and will make many incredible judgments, which will then lead to the interpretation of the second level observers, and finally cause unpredictable consequences. Now the Qingnang sect's ceremony seems to be joyful and peaceful, but in fact, there are undercurrents inside. Zhao Kangxuan suddenly understood why his master, Taoist Yunting, moved the cave to the lower 5 prefectures, and why he either grew flowers, or went fishing every day, looking like he was retired, and didn't care about anything. Being in a high position, one cannot help oneself. Junior brother Zhao Qian, you don't have to tell me anything in advance. I have fought in the battlefield outside the domain for decades, and I have never violated the orders of the sect. I never did, and I won't in the future. In any case, I hope that the Qingnang sect can move to a higher level. Zhao Kangxuan restrained his momentum and said calmly, I fought side by side with my senior brother outside the domain, although I didn't fight as long as my senior brother, but it is precisely because of this that I know how difficult it is for my senior brother, and I don't want my senior brother to have a grudge, so I took this desperate measure. Zhao Qian bowed down and said solemnly, I was disrespectful to my senior brother just now, and I'm ashamed of my senior brother. Please accept my bow. Junior brother, you worry too much. Ha 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 ha. You should have talked to me nicely earlier. Come, continue to watch the disciple entrance test. In a blink of an eye, the brothers were friendly with each other. However, something completely unexpected happened to the two. In the water mirror image, all the disciples had already appeared at the end of the 3rd level, but except for Zhao Zunfeng who had passed the level early, everyone else stood at the last step of the level, and did not move forward. Zhao Kangxuan tilted his head. What the hell? What's going on? Zhao Qian took out the sound gauge, silently asked, and his face sank. In a weird atmosphere, Chen Jing was the last one to come on stage slowly. He was worried that there were still disciples trapped behind, so he personally unlocked each ice peak level and took a look to make sure that no one was trapped, and then walked towards the end leisurely. Therefore, he fell behind. When he unlocked the ice peak in front of him, he saw thousands of disciples lined up beside him and stared at him, and he couldn't help but be stunned. Chen Jing's first reaction was to look back. "Don't look, I'm waiting for you." Aang Huayan's voice transmission came in time. "What the hell? Wait for me? Why are you waiting for me?" Chen Jing had a lot of question marks on his head, and he didn't dare to move, so he just stood there. At the top of Balian Peak, a wonderful composition was presented in the water mirror picture of countless people. The first and the last stood at the two ends respectively, and the disciples in the middle stood in 2 rows in the middle, but closer to Chen Jing. If he hadn't informed in advance, it seemed that the first place would fall to Chen Jing, who was at the end. Junior brother Zhao. Suddenly, Zhao Kangxuan raised the corner of his mouth and put his hand on Zhao Kan's shoulder. His tone was relaxed, with a hint of teasing. "The end of Balian Peak is not here, and the rules of King Nang sect are not here, but in the heart of every disciple, don't you think? Sorry, this chapter is less than 4,000 words, so it can only be considered as one chapter, but there is not enough time and I can't type it out, so I owe it first." Chapter 121, Floating World Record. "Why are you all standing here? Come over here." The elder who was leading the trial stepped forward, finally breaking the weird scene. Chen Jing also trotted forward, quickly passed through the path made by the crowd, and followed behind the elder. The elder glanced at him and said, "You are really the center of attention. So many disciples behind you rushed out at once, and they didn't leave. Guess what? Those disciples who passed the test early didn't dare to stand there, but retreated and waited for you to come out. The disciple knows his fault. What do you know is wrong? It's always bad to affect the disciples in front of you to pass the test." Chen Jing looked at the short-haired monk in front of him. The other part, his eyes were so angry, as if he was grudged for stealing his wife. That was the victim of this time. No, the first place. The first place's limelight was robbed by the last place. How can he be justified? It just so happened that this was the first place. Unlike the others, who could retreat after passing the level, how could the first place retreat? He couldn't retreat at all, and his embarrassed self-esteem had to hold on against the wind. "It's good that you know." The elder nodded and continued, "The first few people, most of you are the inner decided true disciples. What should you say after you go up? The master should have warned you not to make a fool of yourself. This year's ceremony is also different from the past. If the outer sect wants to make trouble or there are new trials to be held, you can win or lose, but remember not to lose your composure and embarrass the sect. Do you understand?" "I understand." Zhao Zunfeng answered quickly. "I understand." Chen Jing echoed with others. After the elder finished his remarks, he saw that these inner decided true disciples nodded in response and nodded slightly. The crowd came to the vast main hall under the leadership of the elder. Congratulations to everyone for passing the test. Following the congratulations of the sect master, the big bells hanging in various places in the mountains were struck, and all kinds of inspirations in the sky above the cave sky gushed out like colorful clouds, and cranes flew over in groups. The masters of the 12 peaks used magic to show the wonders and spoke one by one. "Enter my Kingguan Peak. You can learn the magic of the sword immortal, the 6th grade eternal sword Dao. Entering my peak, you must always have a fierce ambition and carry out the sword heart. Enter my Dending Peak. You can learn the 4 volumes of Denshu. Enter my Jushin Peak. You can learn the 9 heavens true thunder secret method." This stages that the disciples who have entered the door take the initiative to choose where to go, including the sect master. The masters of the 12 peaks all show their strengths. More than a dozen cave heaven realm masters personally evolved magic and made invitations, as if the magic secrets and elixirs were waving to them at this time. Many disciples were overjoyed and dazzled. Chen Jing also knew that the 12 peaks had their own unique skills, and he didn't expect that his own Jushin Peak was actually famous for thunder. Zhao Zunfeng, "I wish to practice in Wanghe Peak." When Zhao Zunfeng stood in the direction of Wanghe Peak, many people followed him and walked behind him. There were quite a few people, not only because the master of Wanghe Peak was also the current master of the sect, If you inquired about the chiefs of each peak in advance, you would know that among the 12 peaks of King Nang sect, only 3 peaks were famous for fighting, namely King Yuan Peak, which was famous for flying swords, Jushan Peak, which was famous for thunder magic, and Wang He Peak, which was famous for golden body. The resources of the sect were also mainly supplied to these 3 peaks. Those who pursued a little treatment would choose to go there. Chen Jing is willing to practice in Jushan Peak. Ying Huayan is willing to practice in Jushan Peak. Most of the disciples actually had no idea in their hearts, especially those with no background. Even if they inquired, they were just fragmented and didn't know whether they were true or false. They could only subconsciously follow the leaders. Seeing Xiao and Feng leading everyone to Wang He Peak, Chen Jing immediately stood up and expressed his support for Jushan Peak. Every new monk is a noble or ordinary family, and they are top-notch cattle and horses that have been fed with a lot of resources. They must be recruited by their own family. Sure enough, many hesitant disciples followed Chen Jing to Jushan Peak. What he did before did win a lot of favor. Half of the thousands of disciples were gone at once, and they were divided up by Jushan Peak and Wang He Peak. The other peak masters smiled bitterly and could only start shouting. Of course, shouting is shouting, but you can't lose your dignity. Wang Xiao, I saw that you were very skilled in the first level of stimulating the birth of vines. When I saw your face, I remembered the story of you buying medicine seeds to induce birth for your mother's treatment. It shows your filial piety. If you join my Danding Peak, I will personally teach you 3 alchemy techniques. The peak master of Danding Peak started to recruit people. The other peak masters couldn't sit still. They quickly recruited the good seedlings they had already found, and some good seedlings were favored by several peak masters at the same time, and they all extended olive branches. In this process, each disciple made judgments and choices in their hearts, and joined each peak. Chen Jing looked at his master's calm and unmoved look, and couldn't help but be angry at his lack of fighting spirit. It was really the master who was not anxious, but the disciples were anxious. There were so many good cattle and horses, but he didn't try to get more of them. If it weren't for him, this Jushan Peak will be dispersed without my order. The recruitment was coming to an end. Suddenly, a long laugh came from next door, and an old man in a black robe came from the air and made a high-profile appearance. Master Zhu, I see that the 3 entrance examinations of your sect's disciples are really simple. I have been looking forward to it for a long time, but now it ends hastily. It's really not enough. How about adding another one? What advice does Elder Ji have? The current master of King Nang sect, Zukayan Hong, who has white hair, but a very handsome face, was not surprised to hear this, and responded lightly. My Yunshang sect is based in Yunzhou. Yunzhou is vast, but it is connected to the 9 Nitho worlds, and has suffered many disasters and wars. Therefore, we attach great importance to the art of fighting and conquering demons. But any grand ceremony will inevitably involve a fight. How about adding another fight? How to fight? I happen to have the first chapter of the magic weapon floating world record with me, which depicts demons, goblins, and common people. It can recreate that chapter of the past. Except for the goblins who live inside, the demons and common people can be played by outsiders. I suggest that the disciples of your sect go in and play the role of common people. My Yunshang sect happens to have 3 disciples who have been here for less than a year. How about going in and transforming into demons to watch a fight between demons and demons? You might as well tell Elder Ji that most of the cultivators under the jurisdiction of my King Nang sect are not good at fighting. Well, just watch the fun. If the people defeat the goblins, I will also give this magic weapon to your sect as a prize. How can this be done? Zukayan's Hong sat up slightly. This magical treasure, floating world record, is not an ordinary treasure, but a 6th grade magical treasure, corresponding to the realm of heaven and man, and its value is immeasurable. Although the first chapter is not a complete 6th grade magical treasure, it is also a heavy bet. If my 3 new disciples win, how about asking Master Zhu for a prize? Oh. Article B. After this, Zukayan's Hong was silent for a while. This is a clause of the covenant that he did not agree to, although it is not very critical. He wants to get more bargaining chips by holding it in his hand. After thinking for a moment, Zukayan's Hong nodded. Let's add another game. Chapter 122. The bastard intends to ruin my plan. Sect Master Zhu agreed to the extra match, and Elder Ji of Yunshang sect smiled immediately. He offered a grey slate with a scroll of floating world carved on it. It showed a wild mountain and a village, with demons rampant. When the light passed by, the slate became soft, and moved without wind. The demons painted on it seemed to come alive, and turned their heads, to look at the people outside the scroll. A familiar breath was released. Chen Jing had the illusion that he had returned to the realm of gods and ghosts. The first chapter of the floating world scroll can accommodate 9 people. 3 of my Yunshang sect disciples will enter, and the remaining 6 will be decided by Sect Master Zhu. Elder Ji said, "Are there any disciples willing to go?" The sect master asked. "Disciples are willing to go." Xiao Zunfeng, who had been prepared for a long time, was the first to stand up. "I'm willing to go too." Chen Jing was greeted, so he naturally stood up. He looked at Ying Huayan with a helpless look. He was not good at fighting, but this level seemed to involve fighting. I remember that Ying Huayan was not good at fighting either, and was a talisman drawing otaku. It's bad. In the past, I would have lost, but now I'm so popular, and getting so much attention. If I really lose, it will definitely affect my game sales. Chen Jing felt very unhappy when he thought of this. He never expected that the backlash of traffic would come so quickly. He looked at his other teammates expectantly. In addition to the 3 of them, another boy stood out. The boy should be the youngest new disciple, only 15 years old. His performance in this trial was mediocre, but he was the disciple designated by King Yuan Peak. His name was King Chi. All the kids are on Wanla. Chen Jing's face was silent, but his heart was actually sinking. There were 2 more places, which fell on the heads of 2 people who performed well in this trial, and they happened to be twin sisters. The elder sister was called Shasha and the younger sister was called Maomuo, both of whom were in the Zuanayan period. They are good looking. I just hope they can fight as well as their looks. Chen Jing quickly looked through his own loop. On the opposite side, 3 people stood out behind Elder Ji at the same time. 1 fat, 1 thin, and 1 dwarf, wearing the black uniform of Yunshang sect. He looked at Chen Jing and others as if he was looking at a white rabbit to be slaughtered, with expectation and uncontrollable excitement. It's obvious that they are villains. All the other party members are villains, and our party is a student tour group. Chen Jing was solemn. This was a high-end game. The Yunshang sect thieves intend to ruin my plan to make money. Wait for me. At this time, a pulling force came from the floating world record, and Elder Ji's voice sounded. "Enter it." The suction force suddenly increased, and in a blink of an eye, he was already sucked into the floating world record. Under the gaze of others, on the floating world record, the outlines of the 3 demons on the mountain, namely the pig demon, the locust demon, and the rat demon, became clear. In the village at the foot of the mountain, the figures of 6 residents also came to life. Chen Jing came back to his senses and replaced a commoner drawn in the floating world record. Elder Ji began to recite the rules just right. This treasure, the record of the floating world, records the past experiences of hundreds of powerful people and can evolve them repeatedly. This chapter records the birth of demons. There are 3 demons suppressed on the demon mountain. Taking advantage of the changes in the world, they took the opportunity to break free from the seal and urgently need blood to restore their strength. There are 6 village protectors in the nameless village. They have the inheritance of cultivation and need to protect the nameless village and suppress the demons again. As the floating world evolves, you can also gain the power blessing. You can explore this wonderful place by yourself. Everything in the treasure map is illusory. There is no need to worry about being fatally injured. The injured will naturally withdraw. Chen Jing heard the voice and extracted the rules. The 2 major camps are fighting, and the demons should have stronger and stronger buffs. After all, it mentioned the recovery of strength. There is no additional information about the village guard he played. He looked around, a very old wooden house, with nothing worth mentioning except the necessary furnishings. But Chen Jing seemed to be controlled by a mysterious force, and began to rummage through the boxes, as if he was peeling off the ground. What is junior brother Chen Jing doing? Outside the record of the floating world, the onlookers looked at what Chen Jing was doing in the picture, and couldn't help wondering. The other 5 new disciples had already gathered outside. Sure enough, There is something. After searching the house, Chen Jing looked up and suddenly climbed onto the beam and finally found a cloth bag. Inside the package was a somewhat faded painting, which recorded a monster. The monster was long, with slippery skin and hands and feet. It looked like a centipede, but if you look closely, it looks more like a loach. Mud dragon, good at escaping underground, proficient in earth-related magical powers, lives south of the medicinal field. Chen Jing swept the house again, confirmed that there was nothing suspicious left, and then left. At the entrance of the village, the 5 teammates had been waiting for a long time. Xiao Zunfeng frowned slightly and was about to say something, but he was interrupted by Chen Jing. Before he could say anything, "Did you finish the search so quickly? What did you finish?" Huh? Everyone looked at him with confusion, and Chen Jing was slightly stunned. "Isn't it common sense that you don't even know how to search the map?" "Well, this damn common sense that only I know." He took out the painting he had searched and showed it to everyone. "In other words, you have been looting your house since you came in?" Xiao Zunfeng frowned even deeper and looked at the ordinary painting again and again. "It just records a monster, a waste of time." He returned the painting to Chen Jing. "You should have heard what Elder G said. I think we should quickly kill the monsters on the Demon Mountain and find the monsters incarnated by the disciples of Yunshang sect and eliminate them." Xiao Zunfeng put forward his own ideas. "Well said. Let's not talk about how you find the location. Just ask, can you fight 3? Of course we go side by side. Then we go to the mountain for a walk, and when we come back, we find that the village has been slaughtered." Chen Jing refuted mercilessly. "Then what do you say we should do?" Xiao Zunfeng couldn't help but shouted. "At least we should search the village inside and outside, and search everywhere we can." Huh. Chen Jing's wonderful common sense once again puzzled everyone. If it is normal to inquire about the news, why is it strange to search all over and outside? Elder G frowned. The story recorded in this chapter of the floating world record is neither the protagonist of the demon nor the village guard. The protagonist is the spirit that he deliberately did not mention. After the owner of the floating world record found a spirit, he learned a story about fighting against demons from the spirit, and then drew this page. The floating world record is also different from ordinary magic weapons. There are hundreds of chapters, and each chapter has several sections scattered everywhere. Unraveling the story of any section will get the gift of that page of the floating world record. It may be magic skills, or magic tools and spiritual objects, as well as magical rewards such as lifespan and special qualifications. Generally speaking, the rewards of the previous chapters are more ordinary than those of the later chapters, but they can also be regarded as precious. Yunshang sect has had this page of the floating world record for a long time. The demons have one, and the village guards have one, but they have not been able to unlock it, and it has gradually become a chicken rib. Therefore, it is not painful to take it out as a prize. What made Elder G uncomfortable was that the Yunshang sect experimented for a long time before figuring out that the theme of this page was not about the confrontation between demons and village guards, and later realized that they had to look for the monsters inside. On the contrary, Chen Jing, the first thing he did after opening his eyes was to search through the boxes and cabinets. Without any delay, he found the clues of the monsters and walked directly on the right path. How could Elder G feel comfortable? Maybe it was an accident. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Mud Dragon, Gardener, and Grass Burner. Seeing that Chen Jing and Xiao Zunfeng were not getting along, the twin sisters Shasha and Miomio immediately tried to smooth things over. "Why don't we split up and have some people go to the Demon Mountain to look for demons and leave some people in the nameless village? This way, we can both look for clues and prevent demons from attacking the people." "That makes sense." The young man Qingqi immediately supported him. "In that case, let's split up. Who will go to the Demon Mountain with me?" Xiao Zunfeng asked. "All 4 of you can go. It's not easy to search the mountain. As for this side, we don't need many people to defend it." Junior sister Huayan, and I will be in charge. Chen Jing sent everyone else away. After a simple action strategy was set, the two groups of people separated immediately. Aren't you worried about them getting into trouble? Huayan had been watching coldly and only spoke to him after everyone else had left. We have to trust them. Besides, the demons have just broken through the seal and are not in the best condition. They should not be their opponents. Chen Jing's answer was meaningless. In his mind, it was good that the 4 teammates were wiped out. At least Xiao Zunfeng had to bear most of the blame. Then he would try his best to struggle and perform well, and his reputation would be even better. When a teammate is sick, you don't need to be stronger than the opponent, just be stronger than your teammates. This is his way to protect himself. Of course, he couldn't say what was in his mind, because many people were watching outside. Let's continue to look for clues. First, figure out the road conditions, so that if something goes wrong, we can arrive at the scene as soon as possible. Then, please lay some talismans as a warning. Okay. After a simple explanation, Chen Jing began the rest of the search. The first place he looked for was the birthpoint of Xiao Zunfeng and others, and he helped everyone search all the initial points that had not been searched. This search was quite fruitful. In Xiao Zunfeng's residence, he found the second volume of the atlas. This volume of the atlas also had a monster. It was a humanoid, wearing a simple green robe, hunched over, with pale and wrinkled skin. In the place of the head was a red flower with eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Looking closely at its hands and feet, it did not have 5 fingers, but roots like ginseng. Gardener, good at cultivating spiritual plants, proficient in wood-related magical powers, living in a medicinal field, medicine field. Chen Jing remembered this place. One is good at escaping underground and earth-related magical powers, and the other is good at farming and wood-related magical powers. It seems that neither of them is very good at fighting. Then he looked at the other harvest. In the room of the sisters Qingqi and Shashamio, a total of 3 pill recipes were found. Avoiding miasma pill, put it in the well, and drink the well water to detoxify the miasma. Bone strengthening pill, take it and you will have infinite power, which lasts for 1 hour and 3/4. Resurrection pill, make up for magic power and recover from injuries. The pill is not of high quality. Even if you have never seen it before, you can refine it after a few tries. It's just that this main ingredient, I have never heard of it. Chen Jing made a simple comment. After searching through the boxes and cabinets, he went to look for Ying. Huayan was in charge of searching the public areas, wandering around the village. How is it? I haven't found anything special. I only found a picture in my room, which is a spirit, similar to yours. Really? So, the special thing about this nameless village is the 6 of us. Chen Jing took the 3rd scroll. On it was a burning scarecrow. Liao Ko Ren, good at fire magic, lives north of the medicine field. What's wrong? Huayan looked at Chen Jing's silent thinking. I was wondering if this floating world record is used for fighting? Fighting with demons. Naturally fighting is the main method. Chen Jing glanced at her, and seeing her taking it for granted, he was also a little unsure of his guess. After all, he had never fought with a living demon, and from some classics, most of them introduced how to use magic and magic weapons to kill foreign demons, which was consistent with what she said. Anyway, go and find out where the medicine field is first. The two of them went together to find the old man in the village. After some inquiries, every old man said that there had never been a so-called medicinal field. Only crops were grown here, and they had never heard of monsters such as mud dragons and gardeners. Chen Jing was very surprised by this, but he did not expect to get such an answer. He could only turn to inquire about the 3 demons on the demon mountain. The demons on the mountain? I haven't heard of it. Ah, you haven't heard of this either? If there were really demons on the mountain, how could there be a village with people living at the foot of the mountain? The old man said so. This answer made so much sense that Chen Jing was speechless. Perhaps the demons were sealed before the nameless village settled here? In short, the investigation was basically futile. On the other side, Xiao Zunfeng and the other 4 who went up the mountain also went to a lonely place. There was no trace of the existence of demons on the mountain, and they could not find where they were now. Go back, we can only wait and ambush the demons in the nameless village. Zhao Zunfeng said regretfully. After a day, everyone gathered together and found no useful clues after communicating. The demons may take advantage of the night to cause trouble. We need to be alert tonight. Zhao Zunfeng looked at Chen Jing after he finished speaking, and Chen Jing nodded absent-mindedly. He had no experience in actual combat with demons, and his theoretical experience was also very poor. The short time he had just started was one aspect, and on the other hand, he had put all his energy into alchemy and plant warfare, and only read some general descriptions of demons. The demons played by the disciples of Yunshang sect need to use blood food to restore their strength. I understand that this is their means of obtaining extra power in this map. To obtain blood food, they must go down the mountain to kill people, but they will be stopped by us. If they kill people, how can they get around us? Chen Jing considered the problem from the other party's perspective. If it were me, how would I kill all the people here? It is known that force is not advisable, so, poison? Wait, miasma avoiding pills. Sneak attack and poisoning can be said to be a basic combo of the 3 low-level tricks. Chen Jing thought of this and immediately stood up. His spiritual consciousness no longer roughly covered the village, but focused on the dark corners everywhere. Squeak, 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 squeak. Under the precise detection of the divine consciousness, one by one, the little mice took advantage of the night and quickly passed through the corners of the wall. The gnawed rice bag. The water tank with a crack pushed open. The dead rat in the cowshed. Chen Jing's face changed slightly, and he went straight to the well in the village. With a layer of light in his eyes, he looked down. The art of looking at key. A layer of faint miasma permeated the surface of the well water, mixed with various spiritual energy. Chen Jing flicked his sleeves, and his magic power turned into an invisible hand, reaching into it, and fishing out 5 or 6 dead mice. Click. He subconsciously covered his mouth and nose, looking at the dead mice emitting obvious epidemic ki, and his heart sank. I don't know how long the dead mice have been soaking in it, and how many people have drunk the water in it. Chen Jing quietly came to the villagers' houses, and looked at them one by one. Sure enough, everyone was surrounded by a faint disease. His key reading skills were just average, and he had not practiced them to a very advanced level. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth was complex, and if he had not been shooting arrows at targets, it would have been difficult for him to detect the slightest abnormality in the key of the disease. By the time he could see the abnormality at a glance, it was too late. In short, kill the rats first. Chen Jing immediately used the object controlling technique to summon stones, killing all the rats detected by his spiritual sense. For a while, the screams of rats rang out one after another in the village, and his movement seemed to have startled something. Suddenly, a large number of rats rushed out from hidden corners, their eyes bloodshot, and began to gnaw everything frantically. Many rats even jumped onto the bed and started biting people. Chapter 124. Big Rat. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was pale. A rustling sound broke the silence, and countless pairs of red eyes flickered in the pale moonlight. Groups of rats came from all directions like a black tide. The villagers who were originally sleeping suddenly woke up, cried out, and picked up brooms and buckets to try to drive away these uninvited guests. A middle-aged man waved a sickle, trying to stop the wanton rat tide, but his efforts were like a mantis trying to stop a car, and it was useless. There were too many rats, they were like spreading ink, and the earth was covered by their shadows. In this chaos, the kitten, as a natural enemy, also lost its courage. Its cry was sharp, and it fled to a higher place, but it was soon drowned in the darkness. The dogs in the village roared fiercely, trying to drive the rats back to their nests, but they were powerless after all. What is this? Zhao Zunfeng and others were also alarmed. They immediately began to strangle the endless stream of black rats around them. With the cultivation of Zuan period, they could shatter the black rats, even if they bombarded them with magic power at will. Under the clearing of the 6 people, a large number of black rats died tragically. When the number was less than a certain number, the black rat group seemed to regain their sanity, and immediately fled in all directions. After Chen Jing and others repelled the rats, they immediately joined together. It must be the work of the demon. Zhao Zunfeng said nonsense. Don't worry about the demons. Use the key looking technique to see that the plague has spread completely. Chen Jing pointed to the dead rats on the ground. No one knows how many rats are hidden in Wuming village, and the water source has been polluted early, and some of the food has been lost. Then we should find the demon quickly. Xiao Zunfeng insisted. If you can find it, go find it. Chen Jing suppressed the urge to complain and nodded. Then you find the demon, and I will find a way to eliminate the plague. This time Xiao Zunfeng didn't say much. He also knew that he couldn't let too many villagers die or be injured. At this moment, everyone looked at a location. According to the divine sense, 3 huge wild boars rushed to the location of the demon mountain. The wild boars rushed straight to the village. An unstoppable pig rushed forward and knocked down a mud house. Evil beast. Chen Jing was about to fly the sword, but Xiao Zunfeng was faster. With a roar, he turned into wind on the spot and arrived at the side of the elephant-like wild boar at an astonishing speed. He appeared in the wind, stretched out his hand and lifted it. The huge wild boar was blown to a height of dozens of meters and then fell heavily, shaking the earth. After that, Xiao Zunfeng turned into wind again and followed the same method to blow the 2 giant wild boars behind into the air and then let them fall to their death. The Xiao family's wind control technique, this wind escape and hurricane technique are very skillful. This spell immediately made all the onlookers' eyes light up. Chen Jing also changed his opinion of it. It seems to be quite good. But soon, this guy pretended. My hurricane technique can lift 5,000 kilograms of weight, so a few beasts are no problem. Xiao Zunfeng was very pleased. But soon, several wild boars attacked again, and from different directions. This time, they didn't care about the business of bragging to each other, and each found a position to defend. Chen Jing shot out a sword, and killed a wild boar, and immediately found Ying Huayan. Huayan, help me keep an eye on it. I want to go to see the villagers first. Did you find anything? Ying Huayan asked immediately. I have some guesses. If I'm not wrong, the demons should recover tonight. So soon. Maybe. Go ahead, I'm here. Ying Huayan nodded immediately. Chen Jing quickly returned to the village. The villagers attacked by the rats stayed on the largest wheat field in the village, with torches lit around them, and it was miserable. When he came, he heard the people groaning in pain. It hurts so much, the wound hurts so much. I'm so sleepy. Water, is there any water? Chen Jing looked at the aura and the shocking aura of disease in the crowd, which further confirmed his guess. The floating world record may not give them too much time to solve the mystery. The worst possibility is only a short day. The day belongs to the village guards, and the night belongs to the demons. Tomorrow is the decisive battle. Otherwise, the plague cannot be so strong, and will almost take away the people immediately. Spirits, sprites, why am I in a hurry to find sprites? I should ask the main material first. In addition to the 3 sprite atlases, he also found 3 pill recipes, but the grade was not high, the effect was mediocre, and there were materials he had never seen before, so he didn't take it to heart during the day. At this time, Chen Jing realized that he had to inquire about the main material first. He found the old man in the village again. The old man was infected with plague at this time and was dying. It's a pity that I don't have any elixir suitable for ordinary people, and I don't know the magic to drive away the epidemic. Chen Jing finally realized what it meant to regret not having enough magic when you can use it. He told the old man his intention. The old man's eyes were cloudy. He asked several times in a row before he could hear what he said clearly. Then he pointed in a direction with difficulty. There, crane grass. Then his body collapsed and he fainted. Where is there? Chen Jing immediately pulled the old man's family over and asked hurriedly. That's the mansion of the official. The old man's family replied. Official? Chen Jing immediately took off into the air and rushed to the official's house as fast as possible. The official's house was in a beautiful place with mountains and rivers. The mansion was built on the mountain, and there were layers of guards at the foot of the mountain, just like a mountain stronghold. These means naturally couldn't stop Chen Jing, who could fly. I didn't notice that there was such a big mansion near this small village. Chen Jing looked at the mansion that was still brightly lit in the middle of the night, and his body shook and turned into 2 people. The original body hid its figure and began to search for crane grass outside, while the incarnation of the spirit knocked on the door of the man's house. Who is disturbing me? The door opened a crack, revealing a fat figure. The village guard at the foot of the mountain. No, no, what village guard? Don't disturb my master's sweet sleep. Go down the mountain quickly, otherwise you will be punished for trespassing. There is a sudden rat infestation at the foot of the mountain. I came to the man to ask for a cure. Huh? What rat infestation? We'll talk about it tomorrow. Human life is at stake. We can't delay. No matter how big the matter is, you can't disturb my master's sweet sleep. The voice of the man behind the door became sharp. There was a slight silence. Bang. There was a sudden bang, and the door, weighing dozens of pounds, painted with dragons, fell down and hit the fat man at the door. Chen Jing stepped over and looked down at the person under his feet. Let me ask you one more question. Will you open the door or not? Brave man, you have already come in. The fat man's face was full of fear. His small yellow eyes rolled around with fear. Do you mean I broke into your house? No, it's all because of this door. It has fallen down due to disrepair. Brave man, please come in. The fat man changed his words very quickly, got up and wiped his sweat, bent over and led him inside. Passing through the corridors and courtyards lit by candlelight, they came to the main hall. The fat man asked him to wait, entered first, and then came out and said, "The master is waiting for you inside." After Chen Jing went in, he quickly glanced at the surrounding furnishings, and then looked at the man. If the butler just now was a little fat man weighing 200 pounds, the one in front of him was a super fat man weighing 400 pounds. Just sitting there was a sense of oppression of mountain of meat. I'm fat and cannot see guests. I hope you will forgive me for neglecting you. May I ask why you are here? I'm here to look for crane grass. Crane grass? I wonder what it is, but it turns out to be just that potted plant. Leave this trivial matter to you. The official slowly stood up, walked tremblingly to the potted plant, placed next to him, dragged it up, and turned around. Look, is this what you are looking for? Yes. Chen Jing nodded and took it. The night wind blew from outside the door, and the candlelight flickered slightly. In the reflection on the wall, the shadow of the official suddenly turned into a rat, opened its sharp teeth, and bit down. At the same time, the flying sword hidden in Chen Jing's palm also flashed, and went straight to the head of the rat. With a puff, blood flashed on the rat's cheek, but it also bit off one of Chen Jing's shoulders. You can find me here, you must die. Wait, incarnation? Sensing that the taste was not right, Shuo Shu Yuanwei looked over in astonishment. Chen Jing's figure turned into light and scattered, and he rolled up the crane grass and ran away. Little ones, chase. Shu Yuanwei let out a sharp scream. Suddenly, a group of rats as big as kittens and even calves scattered from the courtyard. Chen Jing, whose real body was outside, called back his spiritual incarnation, and put the crane grass into his storage bag as soon as possible. He was not afraid of the rats chasing him. He took out the chili sword and fired it. The firebird soared into the sky, roasting countless rats and making them smell meaty. Its momentum did not decrease, and it went straight to the mansion outside the courtyard. The exquisite courtyard was ignited by the flames carried by this attack, which was extremely eye-catching in the night. I want to see if the rats in the gutter dare to fight people head-on. Chen Jing had no intention of running away. He stood in midair with a calm face. Under him, rats covered the ground, staring at him with scowled eyes. "How did you know I was here?" Mr. Rat's gloomy voice sounded. In his opinion, it was completely unreasonable for him to be discovered in advance. According to the countless tests of Yunchang sect, the rat demon he played had the lowest possibility of being discovered in advance. Even in the few cases where he was discovered, the highest proportion was accidental. A small number of opponents practiced special magic and could see through their true bodies. Want to know? Tell me, I'll spare you once. I beg you not to spare me. Chen Jing answered quickly. The people watching outside laughed in unison and were amused. Okay, you wait. Mr. Rat was furious, but he didn't dare to stay any longer. If he stayed any longer, he would be beaten up by the group. Although the three of them were very confident in their fighting skills were fighting skills, and fighting was fighting skills, and they could not be confused. Then, under the cover of the rat group, Mr. Rat disappeared. Then, a gust of wind blew, revealing the figure of Xiao Zunfeng, and the others also arrived. Where is this? One of the demons was right here and just ran away. Ah. Xiao Zunfeng was incredulous. How did you find it? Tell me slowly. Before that, I want to verify a guess. Chen Jing ignored Xiao Zunfeng and spread his consciousness to search. He guessed that this was the so-called medicinal field. Chapter 125 Mystery. How did you find this place and identify the demon? Xiao Zunfeng was very puzzled and asked behind him. I'm not looking for demons. I'm just looking for life-saving elixirs. Chen Jing told the process while searching. From poisoning, he thought of the anti-malaria pill and accidentally identified the rats in the village that were spreading plague. Because he wanted to find the main antidote, he found the family of the official hiding in the next mountain. I came in the middle of the night. It was sudden, but the official was waiting for me in full dress. There must be something strange. That's it. The official is a fat man weighing 400 kilograms, and his clothes are quite complicated. Even if someone serves him, it will take at least half an hour to get dressed. Let me ask you, what would you do in the middle of the night without sleeping? Chen Jing suddenly changed the subject. I'm telling you what. Xiao Zunfeng couldn't help but increase his voice. This made everyone look at him with a mysterious expression. Don't be nervous. In short, there is something wrong with this man. I didn't know he was a demon. I just wanted to take the things and kill him with a sword. You saw it later. He thought I had seen through his identity and bit my incarnation to death until I dragged my real body to you to rescue him. Wait a minute. You think there is a problem, so you intend to kill him with a sword? Xiao Zunfeng stood still. This is a question about the image of the sect. The Qingnang sect has always been known for saving the world and saving people. Although it has not been mentioned much in recent years, this kind of demonic behavior must not be spread. It's not a good reputation. The main reason is that there are bad neighbors looking for excuses to make trouble. The people at the foot of the mountain are skinny and have no firewood to cook. The man on the mountain is fat like a pig and the night lights are bright. Since I came on stage as a village protector, I met such a pest who oppressed the people. What's wrong with giving him a sword? If it was somewhere else, I would have to hang him alive. Chen Jing said as a matter of course. Well said. Suddenly, an unfamiliar old voice suddenly sounded. Everyone was surprised. Then, a small red flower by the wall trembled slightly and made a sound of exertion. Then, shaking left and right, an arm was pulled out of the soil, supported on the ground, and then the whole body was pulled out. Ha, cough cough. A monster with a body of ginseng, a head like a small red flower, and the size of an adult appeared in front of everyone. It was a gardener recorded in the scroll. The gardener looked down and suddenly said, ouch. I'm so embarrassed, so embarrassed. I will go find a piece of clothes first. He covered his genitals and buttocks and turned left and right. Chen Jing immediately took out a spare piece of clothing from the storage bag and handed it over. The gardener thanked him and put it on quickly. I'm a spirit born here and I love to play with these flowers and plants. I hate that rat. After coming here, I stole my achievements and enriched myself. I'm so angry, but I can't do anything. Today you drove away the rat, and I woke up and showed up to meet you. The gardener posed towards Chen Jing. Chen Jing helped him up. This is what I should do. May I ask, old man, is this a medicinal field? Do you know the mud dragon and the grass man? This was my medicinal field in the past. As for the mud dragon and the grass man, they sound familiar, but I have been in a daze for a long time, so I can't remember them clearly for a while. Ah, is that so? Chen Jing looked at the other person's flower bud head and couldn't tell whether the other person was perfunctory or really didn't remember. I vaguely heard that you came here to find crane grass to heal the people down the mountain. I happen to be good at flowers and plants. I'm short of medicinal herbs, so I will help you. The gardener said again. That's really a big help, senior. Chen Jing turned around and said to the people behind him. Who among you knows how to make pills? They all shook their heads. Then I'll stay in the medicine field to make pills. Huayan will stay to take care of me, and the four of you should return to the village quickly to avoid being taken advantage of. Listen to senior brother Chen. King Chi nodded. Xiao Zunfeng suddenly found that he had suddenly changed from a leader to a supporting role, and he was a little depressed, but he could only hold it in his heart and nodded to accept the order. At the same time, Elder Ji, who was watching from the outside, could no longer control his expression. The monster is so close. In Yunshang sect, all routes have been tried. The monsters win, the village guards win, and among them, the village guards win by seeing through the monsters such as Mr. Rat at the beginning. But why has this gardener never appeared? Not only that, the monsters in the other two scrolls have never appeared either, which makes them very puzzled. What is the difference? The floating world record is still evolving. Animahina, Coptis, Pinelia, Radix Romanii, Agrimonii. The gardener chanted, the roots of his hands and feet went deep into the ground, and the spiritual power with vitality radiated out. Around him, the spiritual herbs whose names were called, broke through the soil and grew. Chen Jing opened his eyes wide. Old sir, can you make these spiritual plants grow quickly? A simple method of promoting growth, not worth mentioning, not worth mentioning. The gardener laughed and hummed a little tune leisurely. Chen Jing was envious. These spiritual herbs that were promoted to grow were growing well, without any signs of congenital deficiency, and were several levels stronger than his own growth promoting technique. The growth promoting technique was only a first grade spell, and the plants that were promoted to grow all looked congenitally deficient. Although there were higher level spells with better effects in the growth promoting technique, it had great requirements for the affinity and understanding of wood type spiritual power. To achieve such a lossless growth, at least the 4th grade growth promoting spell Spring Comes would be enough. Above this, there are the 5th grade spell Resurrection of All Things and the 6th grade spell Yin Yang Transformation. As for the 6th grade and above, most of them are no longer called spells, but Taoism. Taoism is generally composed of hundreds or thousands of spells of various grades, and belongs to the core technology of large sects. In addition, there are magical powers. Generally speaking, there is not much difference between the effects of magical powers and spells. It's just that magical powers belong to the innate type and can be mastered without deliberate learning, while spells can only be mastered through learning. Spirits belong to the latter. Each spirit has its own unique magical power. Although they can also figure out many spells by themselves, in essence, they are all extensions of their own magical powers. Chen Jing understands that spirits are God's plugins, which can skip the prerequisites of various spells and Taoism and directly achieve a certain effect. If it weren't for the spirit's randomness, this world might become a system with spirits as the core. Here, take it to make the elixir. Thank you, old man. Chen Jing took out the elixir furnace and began to try according to the steps on the elixir recipe. As a man who had conquered the 3rd grade, difficult elixir, Daodan, this 1st grade elixir was naturally out of the question. He also discovered that there were 2 ways to refine this elixir. The water refining method was simpler than the conventional fire refining method. Simply put, the water refining method was like boiling soup. Ordinary people could make it without making mistakes by following the steps. It was just that the fire refining method was faster and more friendly to cultivators. Huayan, give it to the villagers. Chen Jing handed the elixir over. Huayan took the elixir, but did not rush to leave. Instead, he said, I noticed that it seems that victory here is really not based on fighting. Oh, any ideas? Yes. Huayan nodded. Those 3 elixirs are more suitable for ordinary people to use, I guess. Perhaps the people are the key to victory, not just to prevent the demons from becoming stronger. Only you can have the same idea as me. Chen Jing smiled and asked, how do the people win? It's nothing more than those few things that have not changed for thousands of years. Huayan replied. Thank you for your tips and monthly tickets. I don't see them for a week on weekdays, but today I suddenly received a lot, which was a bit surprising. I had planned to write 5,000 words in the early morning, but the more I write, the duller my brain becomes. Anyway, I will update one chapter first, and continue when I wake up. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.